Good morning. Just going to give the participants an opportunity, or give the system an opportunity to load the individuals that are, we're up to 38 people, 41 now. So we'll just give it a minute for everyone to kind of file in for today's meeting. Okay, we're at 50 now. Okay, Madam Magistrate, it looks like we're fully loaded here as far as our participants. Looks like everyone that's going to be signed in has signed in. If you want to go ahead and get started.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is a code compliance hearing for the City of North Miami. Today is March 17th, 2022, and I am Beatrice Kessel, Special Magistrate in the City of North Miami. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if a code violation exists at your property, as observed and cited by a code enforcement officer of the city. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss the case. These proceedings are being recorded, therefore all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time to ensure that all testimony is clearly audible on the recording device. If English is not your primary language, then please inform me when I call your case. We have a translator who will assist you during the proceedings. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, or any witness that you may have should raise your hand so you can be let in. When asked, please speak directly. Skip that. But do state your name and your business or mailing address and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner representing the property or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney affidavit in order for your testimony to be taken on behalf of the property owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you are aware of and understand the violation that is being heard today. And do you understand what is required to resolve the violation? Please answer accordingly. The city will present its case first, and then the property owner and or violator will be given an opportunity to testify on their own behalf, to bring forward witnesses to testify, to present evidence and photographs, and to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentation, I will issue a finding of fact on the case. If I find that a violation of city codes exists or existed at your property, then depending on the case type, I will set an abatement date for the violation to be resolved. Or for repeat violations, I will impose a daily fine amount. For new non-repeat cases, my order will include an abatement date by which you must resolve the violation and a daily fine amount that I may impose at a future hearing date should the violation not be resolved by the abatement date. For appeals of civil citations, I will enter a ruling either affirming or reversing the citation. If the citation is affirmed, I will enter an order assessing a civil penalty or cost and a compliance date. If the violator does not comply by the compliance date, continuing fines and penalties will be assessed. If I find sufficient cause to postpone enforcement action at this time, I will table this case proceeding to another hearing date in the future. If you do not agree with my finding of fact and or ruling, then the property owner may appeal the administrative order on the case to the circuit court. An appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of the administrative order to be appealed. In accordance with Florida statutes, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by the special magistrate with respect to any matter considered at these proceedings, then the person will need a verbatim record of the proceeding. This record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The cost of obtaining the verbatim record shall be the sole responsibility of the appellant. And it is recommended that persons who plan to appeal their case should provide their own court receipt. Pursuant to City Code, if the City of North Miami prevails in prosecuting the case before the special magistrate, the city shall be entitled to recover all costs incurred in prosecuting the case. The current cost assessment amount is $100 per case. Once the city reports an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release. Madam Clerk?
Good morning,
Good morning.
and thank you for participating in today's special magistrate hearing. I'll review the process by which today's hearing will be conducted. Make sure your device is muted at all times unless you are giving testimony on the case. If you are using two devices to participate in today's meeting, be sure your audio is only enabled on one device. When your case is called, if you are signed into Zoom, you will receive notification giving you access to audio and video so that you may give your testimony. If you are physically here in the office and wish to give testimony, you must sign in with the front clerk and await a text message indicating your case is ready to be heard. Upon receiving that message, you should immediately come to the Code Compliance Office to be provided access to a computer. If you would like to speak on behalf of a case, once the case is called, you should click the raise hand button to be acknowledged. Before giving testimony on your case, please state your name, property address, and relationship to the property. If you wish to have an interpreter assist during your case, please indicate that when your case is called.
At this time, Magistrate, we'll have the North Miami police officer go ahead and swear in all those on the city side that will be given testimony. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Let me do the pledge first. Let me pledge.
We're going to do the pledge?
Yes, ma'am. We'll do the pledge.
We're doing the pledge first.
I pledge allegiance.
Hang on one second. Let me put the flag on the screen.
I pledge
Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the
to the
republic
republic for which
for which
it
it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation
nation,
under
under
God,
God, indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, at this time, if everyone on the city side that will be giving testimony can enable their videos and audio so you can be sworn in. So all staff, please enable your videos.
Thank you.
Chris, are you here? I'm sorry?
Hey, Vicky, your mark need to be sworn in.
Is that everybody? Okay.
Please raise your right hand and raise your vote. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say aloud, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
If the interpreters can go ahead and enable their cameras, please be sworn in. They're here, Madam Officer. You can go ahead. Shanna, disable your camera.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translations which you are about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct, best of your knowledge, skill, and ability? Say, I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you can please announce for the records if there are any additions, corrections, and or deletions to the hearing agenda.
Yes, there is. The deletions to the agenda are item number 9, Betty Walker, case number MHVIO 2020000127, property address 2140 Hibiscus Circle, complied. Item number 32, Maria E. Ruiz, case number MHVIO 2020002404, property address 1216 Northwest 123rd Street, complied. Item number 45, Prestige Garden, case number CEFOB 20210011, property address 14165 Northeast 6th Ave, postponed. And as well as item number 16, Gary Aristide, property address 1747 Northeast 141 Street, case number CEBPR 20210096, postponed. And that concludes our deletions for today's agenda.
Okay. If you're ready, you can call your first case.
I'm going to proceed with item number 22. Jamil Shute and wife Rose M, case number CEBPR 2021000161, property address 525 Northwest 133rd Street, Officer Shanna Sanders.
Clerk, is the person
In
here?
office.
Are they ready?
Jamil?
Thank you.
Clerk, if you go ahead and swear in customer.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in this proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say, I do.
I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please state your full name and your relationship to the property.
Jamil Shute, the
Okay.
owner.
All right. Mr. Shute, do you understand English fully or do you need an interpreter?
For my first time, I think I could try it.
We don't want you trying, sir. Either you understand or you can use the Creole interpreter that we have here.
Yeah, we could do that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you may proceed. Where's our Creole interpreter?
Hi, good morning.
Okay. All right.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, Co-Compliance Officer. This is a new case for property address 525 Northwest 133rd Street. This property was originally cited November 10th of 2021, whereas I had a conversation with the property owner while doing my normal inspections. I noticed a galvanized fence that was installed on the side of the property. We had a conversation. He stated he did not know a permit was needed since he was doing just a small repair and that it was just replaced. As I explained to him, a permit was needed.
Allow them to interpret, take a couple breaks so that the interpreter can interpret, please. Interpreter, did you get that?
And he freeze? Seems like he froze, no?
Yeah, it looks like we
Did we
lost
lose it?
We lost them.
Did you understand the communication, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand?
Are you,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right then. Go ahead, Ms. Sanders.
After the conversation having with him, he did visit the building department, I believe, early December. He submitted an application to the city as of my last inspection on the 4th of March. Permit still remains pending in the building and zoning department, and the fence still remains erect.
All right. And what was he, okay. Yes, so all right. So he have submitted an application, correct?
Yes, he has.
For the fence, yes.
And that's currently pending with the city?
Yes.
All right. What is this? What are you asking for if he has his application pending?
At this present time, I've had a conversation with the property owner, and I hate to put the city on the spot, but it's been sitting and pending. He needs to make some revisions to the permit, so I would like him to visit the department to make whatever corrections needs to be made. I don't mind, giving an extension, but some process and some movement needs to be made, because again, he needs revisions made that hasn't been done since December.
Okay. So we're going to table it. We're going to give him an extension for the next.
I don't mind. Honestly, I don't mind giving an adjudication because, it's March and he hasn't contacted the city since December to make any revisions to the plan. So maybe with an adjudication, it would speed him up with getting to the city to, pick up those
Okay.
plans and make revisions.
1 second. He has something that he wants to add. Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
you're showing us something. What is it that you
Yeah,
wanted?
that's what the city gave me for the permit. But they said they have to work on the case, and then I still waiting. So I cannot push them. I cannot tell them what to do. They have to do whatever they have to do. So I'm waiting for them to see what's going to be happening, So I have no other choice.
You're saying you're waiting on the city.
The city, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Sanders, what did you say?
If I can ask, when did you pick that up? What I'm seeing there, it seems like something that was upside down, possibly the revisions, but have those revisions been made to the permit or the application?
Mr. Shu, do you understand, sir?
Yeah, I
Mr.
understand.
Interpreter, if you could just translate, because I don't know if we're clear. Did the city ask you to revise the application? Did they ask you to make any
No.
revision?
No,
They didn't ask you to do anything?
no, we just put up the, bring everything they needed, and they have everything in the system. So they just say they have to go to the code department or all kind of stuff. They say they have to go through. So it's not my fault. Well, I know I already did it, but obviously right now I'm just waiting on the city, to do the paperwork.
Okay, what are you seeing on your end, Ms. Sanders?
If I can, what is it saying on that paper? What is this saying? Because I see some writing there. What revisions or what corrections are they stating needs to be made?
Oh,
Ki revizyon yo di ki pou fèt nan papye, ki koreksyon yo di pou
Mpa
fèt.
konen ki koreksyon yo fèt. Se petit mwen ki te vin teke sa, konen la yo bay papye sa. Vous comprenez? So mpa konen ki revision pou yo fè, whatever. But they say the paperwork have to be done, and I give him everything I have to do.
This doesn't look, what is this paper that he's
Jenna, can
holding?
you check the system, please, and give us an update on where the permit stands? It looks like he was
Please.
given a printout and someone jotted some notes on it. I don't know. It's not anything legitimate that we would know, but we can see in the system where the permit stands, magistrate. So if you could just
Thank you. That's better. Thank
And
you.
I've looked in the computer. I did look in the computer to see, where it stands and what corrections need to be made. but you know, it doesn't say, it's very vague. It doesn't state any, the specific revisions.
What's the date? What's the last date that you see entered in the system? When did you get that? Did you visit the building department this morning, sir?
No, not this morning. Since the time we bring the paperwork, my daughter.
Also back in December.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you have not been contacted by the city. You have not received anything that tells you that you need to make any revisions to the documents that you submitted. Is that correct?
No, correct, ma'am. But my daughter says, 1 minute, please. My daughter says they said they have to wait in the building department, in zoning department, and something like another department. I don't know what is it. They didn't say what you should do and nothing.
All right, we're going to continue this case, and then you can schedule it in the next
Thank you.
calendar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you again.
The next item on the agenda would be item number 1 through 3. Officer Aaron Barber, case number CEMHS 2021-0056, 127 Apartments LLC, property address 1359 Northeast 127th Street. Item number 2, case number is CEMHS 2021-0070, and as well as item number 3, CEMHS 2021-0072. And I believe Leah Okondo registered for this.
Okay. And they all have previously been adjudicated.
Yes.
Ms. Okondo, can you accept the invitation to enable your audio and video, please? Leah Okondo, are you there? We're going to have to move past your case if you don't respond. All right, going once, going twice. I have no movement with her, magistrate. So if you want to come back to that case, maybe she stepped away from her phone.
Okay.
Wait, give me a second. Looks like she came up. Okay, Leah, if you just would accept the invitation, we can get you on screen. You have your hand raised. Just accept the invitation to enable the audio and video. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, ma'am?
Very well. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Leah Okondo, and I am the general manager for Coinco and for 12700 Apartments LLC.
Okay, thank you. Officer?
Good morning, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. Do we need to swear in Ms. Okondo?
Oh, yes, please.
Yes, we do. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Good morning, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. I have these 3 cases. As noted, they have been previously adjudicated. I don't know if you want me to present them all at once. Case number 0056, CEMHS 2021-00056, refers to the cracks in the stairwells throughout the building. As of the final recheck on March 4th, 2022, there were still some cracks remaining. These photos on screen are from different dates. One is from December 3rd. Some repairs were made. these repairs were made without permits. But they do, again, as of the final recheck date on March 4th, there were still some cracks in the stairwell.
Okay. You can proceed. I think you can go ahead and present
Thank you.
all the cases, and then we can give Ms. Leah an opportunity to respond.
Thank you.
There.
The second case, MHS 2021-00070, is for the cracks throughout the building. There were many cracks in the structure. Our building official has also been out to the property. A lot of these cracks were also repaired without permits. And as of the final recheck date, as you can see in these photos, the cracks are coming back. So it still appears to be an issue with the building and cracks. And again, repairs done without the proper permitting. The third case is for the parking area. The parking area and common areas are all concrete. And those have not yet been repaired. As of the final reinspection date, those cracks were still visible. You can see in these photos. Those are the three cases I have pending.
All right. Ms. Okondo, what's going on with the building? Where are we? I see that you've done.
Just a second. There's an alarm beeping. Let me just get rid of the alarm.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I had an alarm on my phone. I'm just disabling the alarm. Okay.
No problem.
Give me just a second. Okay. Okay, those three cases, they are under, the architect has them. We hope to have them ready within days, couple of days, to present the permit. Okay? We submitted a letter to the building official where the engineer stated that it was not a structural issue related to the cracks. And we are planning to do whatever has to be done with the specifications of the engineer once the permit is approved. But the building official, I went there personally in December with the GC, and we contacted the engineer. He sent the letter for that, and also for the railings, that it's probably going to be the next case that we're going to hear. Okay?
All right. So you're saying your engineering is working on submitting the necessary paperwork to building and zoning?
Yes.
Okay. And you said this should be done within a couple of days?
Yes.
In the meantime, I think you said you sent in a letter?
Yeah, we went even personally to the city, and we had a meeting with the building official. I was there with our GC, general contractor, and we contacted the engineer. So
Okay.
he sent
But if I remember correctly,
the cracks were not.
okay.
I'm
So
sorry?
I think that when we were here last, I don't want to confuse your case with anyone else's. Was it the one where we were concerned about structure, and then we said that we needed to get something done immediately? Mark, Officer G?
Yeah, we did. That was for the next case. The next case is going to be for the railings. We did an emergency repair following the instructions of the engineer.
Okay.
And the permit is now open for the railings.
Okay.
And we submitted a copy of the permit and also some pictures of the construction of the railings. And they were supposed to start Monday. They didn't because of the rain, but it's scheduled to start tomorrow. They're going to start putting the railings.
Okay. we have the permit for the railing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you can see that on your end, Ms. Barber? Officer Barber, I'm sorry.
Yes. I would also like to mention that these cases were opened in September of 2021. And when the case was found guilty, there was mention here of the temporary railing correction to be installed with an engineer. However, the cracks in the concrete is a concern of mine. I don't feel that should be let go too much longer. And I do know that our building official has been out to the property. And again, any of the repairs that I have seen done have been done without permits. So just like to make sure everything's done properly and safely and not just patched over where it'll crack again.
If I could jump in, Magistrate.
Yes.
If I could jump in and just kind of echo the code officer. Ms. Okondo has several items on our agenda today, reference very similar issues. I just want to kind of emphasize that your ruling was back in December. We are 3 months in and she's just putting the application in. I would just, request that we ratify the fine at this point. And, once they come into compliance, we can, work with her in terms of a mitigation if necessary. But at this time, the city would just request that we would ratify the fine.
Okay.
I beg you
Thank you.
that doesn't take place today, please.
I didn't
We
hear.
got a letter from the engineer that is not a structural issue at all. And it has not been easy to get an engineer. And nowadays, the engineers are doing a lot of other stuff with all that is going on in the city, not only Miami Beach, all over the place. And we have to reach out. We reached out to, I don't know, maybe 5 architects, and nobody was willing to do this. They considered this to be too small for them. So finally, we got someone that is working on it. But the cracks are not structural.
And
So I beg your owner.
if I could add, there's another issue where in the original case, with the cracks, there was some cracking and some spalling around the concrete fascia around the entire building. All of that has been patched and painted, and there were never any permits pulled for that. Again, I would just want to make sure that it's pressed how
That's the
important it
permit
is that
we're
it's done
pulling.
with permits, after the fact
The
permits. But I agree that the
That
fine
is
should go
going to
forward.
be, that's why we didn't finish. We're waiting for the permit and for all the indications from the engineer to do it the way it's supposed to be done. The patch that it was done, it was just to remove the visual thing, but it's going to be done properly.
My recollection is the last time we were here, we were all concerned about the building, about safety issues. And I believe at the time we had one of our building officials, could have been Mark, I can't recall, that
it was
we said
Mark.
that we wanted to have your engineer submit something in writing indicating that there were no safety issues, there were no structural issues. Did your engineer submit? Is that the letter that you're saying your engineer submitted to the building official?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that was one of the main concerns for us. Now, you're indicating that you guys are just a couple of days away from submitting your, your applications, your permit application to the city?
Yes.
And you're saying the reason why it's taking so long is because it was hard for you to find an architect?
It was hard. We ended up contacting an engineer that was recommended by us, and she agreed to do the job for us. But we contacted even an architect that they have done a couple of projects, but they were not able to help us out. they're involved in so many other things, and So,
Madam
but
Clerk.
finally, I can get a letter from her that she has been retained, whatever has to be done, but we will be. I think we submitted even the parking lot proposal. It's going to be $100,000 to remove all the concrete, and if it's approved by the city, we're going to do asphalt instead of new concrete.
Madam Clerk, what is my next hearing date?
Your next hearing date is July 21st, 2022.
Okay, but then it wouldn't come before me. I don't think that we should wait until July. Okay, so when is the next hearing date in general? When is the next,
The next hearing date in general is April 21st.
okay. How about we reset it before the next general magistrate, and you can put a notation there if the permits have not been submitted by then the special magistrate can decide to ratify the fines.
Okay, that sounds fair.
Is there a way to put that in the notes?
Yes, in Eden.
Okay. All right. You understand, Ms. Acondo?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you understand my ruling?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Before the permit has to be submitted before April 21st, or you can make the fine.
The meaning that the fines will start.
You can establish the fine.
Correct. Okay. I'm taking you at your word.
Okay.
I
That
know
sounds fair. I really appreciate it.
I know from other matters that there's been an issue with the architects and the engineers in the city. And so I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But trying to get it done because the city, they're concerned, and, I'm concerned as well. I'm happy to hear that there are no structural issues with the building, but at the same time, the work needs to be done. Okay?
Yes, I appreciate that.
All right, ma'am. Have a good day.
Miss Leah, before you log off, you do also have item number 12 with Casa Vida LLC.
Casa Vida, yes.
That's item number 12, Casa Vida LLC, Officer Shanna Sanders. Property address 650 Northwest 122nd Street, case number CEEXC 2021-0004. And this case was found guilty on November 18th, 2021. Fine was set at $500.
Okay.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. As already stated, property address 650 Northwest 122nd Street. As of March 4th, the violation still remains. The property is still in need of pressure cleaning, painting, minor repairs to the exterior structure, but violation remains.
This is a condo?
Yes.
The building, it's 90% almost finished. It should be finished. I don't know, when was the last time, Inspector, you were there?
March 4th.
Or
Well, if I believe we submitted some pictures, new pictures. If you go there today, they're almost 100% done.
Was
It's
a permit
beautiful.
obtained for any work that you did for the commercial building?
I'm sorry?
Was there a permit issued?
Of course. Yes, we have a permit.
Does anyone, Clerk Shanna, can you confirm that there's a permit for the paint? Peggy, is there photos submitted by the, do we have pictures that she submitted?
I don't have any photos.
There
Where
is
did
a
you submit
permit.
your evidence, Ms. Acondo?
Hold on. Let me go to my assistant. She uploaded some pictures. Hold on. Maria, I'm with the special master. They claim that they didn't receive the pictures for Casa Vida and the permit. Can you give me the permit so I can show them the permit?
I am showing that there's a permit on file that was obtained September of 2021.
Okay.
Well, the permit was obtained in
And
September.
do we have pictures? Let me show them. See.
And as I explained to the property manager, if that's who she is, I apologize. But yeah, as I explained to her, there was a permit obtained, but as of my last inspection, no work is being done. She explained to me that the contractor that she had acquired too many jobs and that he was moving a little, if not a lot, slow. And I, tried to explain to her just obtaining the permit, but with no activity going on, it's kind of, null and void.
But if you go there today, we are 90, maybe 99%. We're almost finished.
Okay. I just, kind of want to just put on the record that all of our notices are quite clear on when we do a final inspection. And if you have evidence after that date, after the date of inspection, the responsibility is on the property owner to submit that for the hearing.
We did.
We don't have anything at this point.
Yes, she did.
I don't have anything.
How did she submit it and where or to whom?
There's only one way to submit, magistrate. The same way they registered online is right beneath it. There's the opportunity to submit evidence. So the only for her to be present today.
Listen, I apologize. It was submitted late. She's just telling me that she submitted that yesterday. I apologize for that. But yes, we do have the permit and we should be calling for final soon because the building is 99% done. Let me see if I can show you. Hold on, okay? Show you how it's looking. But that picture is not even from yesterday.
Magistrate, if you want to go ahead and make your ruling, we've got a pretty lengthy agenda. If you want to go ahead and table it for next month, as you did the prior case, I just want to emphasize that, I just want to emphasize to Ms. Okondo that, the city, we identify deadlines for a reason. It's really important that the property owners adhere to the deadlines. And that, the protocols are followed. It's important to the city and our interest in protecting the public that, the request to comply is done in a timely manner. And, these areas of concern are addressed as quickly as possible so that, we're not wasting your time and, anyone else's time that's on the meetings. It's just really important that we adhere to those guidelines. Magistrate, if it's okay with you, we can table the item to accompany her other two cases for next month's general magistrate. Hopefully at that time, she's completely finished painting the building. If her testimony today is that she's 99% done.
All right. Put the same notation on this case as well. That if it's not done by then the $500 fine is to be ratified.
You can be 100% sure the building is almost ready and it's beautiful. It's looking gorgeous.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Okondo. Is that it for her?
Yes, that's all she registered for today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
The next item that I'll be calling is item number 26 and item number 27. Code Officer Jonathan Lemestre, property owner Claus Halls LLC, case number CEFOB 2021-0007, property address 12450 Northeast 13th Avenue, as well as case number CEZCU 2021-0092. I believe we have a Pedro Gasant.
Yes. Give me a moment just to give the attorney access into the meeting.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Magistrate.
Are you alone, attorney? Is there anyone here accompanying you as just you?
No, I believe the property owner may also be online, but he is not in the same room as me.
Can I have a name for the property owner?
Bruce Roden Jr.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Bruce, if you could just enable your audio and video, please.
And the two cases were previously adjudicated?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Hey, good morning.
Bruce, are
I'm
you
here.
there?
I got my settings. I have to go through them real quick to allow the camera to get access. I'm going to do that right now.
All right, while he's doing that, Mr. Lemestre, where are we?
Good morning, everyone. Code Compliance Officer Jonathan Lemestre, and this is a returning case. So I've been in close contact with Bruce Roden, the property owner for Claus House LLC. This is in regards to their business tax receipt and the certificate of use. As of March 4th, 2022, they have not obtained their business tax receipt or their certificate of use. Back in the November hearing, they were found guilty and they had to abate by February 4th, 2022. On February 4th, 2022, nothing was done. And again, on March 4th, as of my final reinspection, nothing has been done.
Attorney Gassan, what's going on with this case?
Yes, Magistrate. So actually what has been happening is that the property owner submitted a certificate of use application. So I want to take a step back really quick to just give some background. I know you deal with a lot of cases. This case really is premised upon whether Claus House LLC has received its certificate of use and business tax receipt. The way that the city operates is that you cannot receive a business tax receipt until you have a certificate of use. You cannot receive a certificate of use unless it's consistent with your zoning. The issue in this case is that there is a distinction between Claus House, which is an entity that has its office headquarters at this site, and different entities that may exist at the property. Claus House has been seeking a certificate of use for its office on the property, but for some reason that certificate of use is being denied because there is parking that says that there's a Triad Tesla on the property. So on the property today, Mr. Roden has employees who have Tesla cars and Tesla vehicles. They have reflectors that show a Triad Tesla notice on those cars to block the sun as they're coming in. Bruce, I think I have a handle for now. I think if we need you, we'll certainly ask you to jump in. The issue that's been occurring here is that the C3 zoning permits office use and it permits a parking lot. So what Mr. Roden has been doing, because the city's zoning code does not distinguish between commercial parking lots and private parking lots, is that he's been leasing some of the parking spaces to try a test. So what I have done is we've been engaging for some time with the zoning director, Mr. Cook, regarding making sure that we're on the same page with respect to what Claus House LLC is seeking, which is a certificate of use for an office and the corresponding parking lot. The difference here, and the issue that Mr. Roden was trying to raise in November, was that the core issue in this case is whether a Tesla can lease the parking spaces at the property at the site. But for some reason, Claus House, which is an office use, is being prohibited from receiving a certificate of use from that. This should not be a discretion. This is not a discretionary issue. This should be a matter where the certificate of use and the BTR should be issued for Claus House. Now, if there's an issue, the issue should be whether a Tesla Inc. is going to be prohibited from parking its cars at the site. But to date, we don't have a notice of violation. We don't have a notice to appear. We don't have anything for a Tesla. But be that as it may, Mr. Roden came to the hearing in November. He stated that he would comply, and he did seek to comply with your magistrate's order. To comply, he submitted his certificate of use application. He sought to obtain the certificate of use, but because he can't get the certificate of use for an office use on the property, they are denying him because there are some parking spaces that are occupied by Triad Tesla. So what we've been doing, what and this is just to try to sum this up pretty shortly without going on a diatribe here. What we've done is we've talked about entering into a consent agreement with the zoning department in order to address this issue regarding Try a Tesla and whether it's permitted. And the zoning department has said, look, we can work that out, and we're working that out through the consent agreement. I think we're going to need some more time to do it. But I do think that the important part here from a legal perspective, at least from my mind, is that there is a distinction between the violator here. The violator here is not Klaus House, because Klaus House is just the office space. The violator here should be, well, theoretically could be Try a Tesla Inc. with respect to whether Try a Tesla Inc. should be permitted to lease parking spaces at the site for the Tesla cars. But because to date there hasn't been a notice of violation for Try a Tesla, we shouldn't be prohibited or denied the certificate of use. So what all I'm here to do for Mr. Roden is to seek to obtain some more time so we can work out this issue, because it's more of a technical issue. It's a technical legal issue between whether the Try a Tesla should be there as opposed to whether Klaus House's corporate headquarters as an office use is permitted. I don't think that there's any issue from a zoning standpoint whether the office use is permitted on the site.
Officer Lemess?
Yes, ma'am. So Klaus Haas LLC is the property owner of that property. Klaus Haas, again, if you own a commercial property, you have to have your certificate of use and you have to have your business tax receipt. Again, from everything that I've been told from the zoning and from the zoning department, they said that they haven't obtained their certificate of use. And because since they can't obtain their certificate of use, they can't get their business tax receipt.
Let me jump in there with everything that the code enforcement officer has just said is absolutely correct. They are a commercial entity. They're supposed to get their certificate of use, and they're supposed to get their business tax receipt as a result of the certificate of use. The issue here, though, does not involve Klaus House. This is.
I understand. I understand your argument, and I understand that you are in conversations with the department and trying to come into an agreement. So I'm going to allow you guys to do that only because at this juncture, this matter has already been adjudicated. And so I will give you some time to be able to work it out. Hopefully you guys are able to resolve it before the next hearing date. I'm not going to be here until July. And so I don't think that July is the right time to bring you back. Do you think that it will be resolved by the next hearing date, which would be next month, or do you want,
Magistrate, if I may, I have had the opportunity to kind of confer with the acting director of community planning and development, Mr. Derek Cook, who the attorney is referencing in his testimony. And what he has advised me is that they have been in discussion. And in fact, what it is that they're looking to do is going to potentially require some more than just some minor revisions. They may potentially need to go to DRC. There may need to be some legal guidance advisory that takes place as a result or as a part of what they're trying to do. The fact of the matter is that the city is fine with them moving forward in terms of trying to obtain the licensure that they need. The issue that we have is that they're operating the business in the interim because of the zoning changes and whatever processes that they need to go through in order to obtain the certificate of use. Our concern is that they continue to do business without it, and potentially that could take quite some time. It's not going to be a 30-day process for what it is that they need to do. So I guess you guys can speak better to what it is that's happening at the site. But the city's concern is that you're operating without the certificate of use.
So, and this is the important point, and this is the point that we're working through with the city, because it's a little bit more complicated. The issue here is that there is a violator and a property owner. The city's code recognizes that there's a distinction between a violator and the property owner. The Klaus House here is not violating the city's code. Klaus House has an office use that is permitted in the zoning district. It has a parking lot that is permitted within the zoning district. Klaus House should be permitted to receive a certificate of use and business tax receipt. If the city is objecting to Tria Tesla, the city needs to issue a notice of violation to Tria Tesla Inc. and state that Tria Tesla Inc. is not permitted to have its Tria Teslas on the property. So what I'm saying is that as an overarching issue, as a global solution, we are working with Mr. Cook to provide for a consent agreement because we want to be in a position to ensure that all of these issues will be addressed. Because this property owner, there's an additional issue, this property owner is actually in the process right now for rezoning the property, getting a conditional use permit for the property to build a new structure on the site. So there is still some ongoing negotiations. And Madam Magistrate, I don't know if April is going to be sufficient time. Well, let me put it this way. April will certainly be sufficient time for Klaus House to receive a certificate of use and its BTR if we can come to an agreement that Klaus House is permitted on the site because it's an office use and because they have a parking lot on the site that they're allowed to have. The question becomes whether the city wants to issue a new notice of violation, which I think they will, for Tria Tesla for its parking of its vehicles. And if it does that, we're happy to work through that solution and to provide for documentation that will address all of those issues globally, because it's not that simple. I understand the director's concern. I understand Derek's concerns. We have had vigorous dialogue on this issue, but I think we should be able to resolve it shortly. But I do think that there's a distinction between Klaus House receiving its DU and his BTR and Tria Tesla. And I think the issue here relates and is focused on Tria Tesla.
Mr. Beswick, I saw you popped in.
Yeah, can I say something?
Okay. State your full name for the record.
Gary Beswick, flood officer for the City of North Miami Building Department. I'm the one that did the certificate of use inspection. Klaus House is the one that owned the property. So they're responsible for everything that took place on that property. So basically, even though he can talk about Tesla or whatever, the property owner is responsible for everything happening on the property. Those cars are not supposed to be on the property.
Yeah,
and it was stated in the notes before my inspection. They are the property owner. They're responsible for everything that took place on the property. So they can lease it and say that's not their business. They own the property.
So again, Madam Magistrate, the only thing I want to say here, and I'm not trying to get into an argument here, the code is pretty clear that there's a distinction between the violator and the property owner. I'm only talking about the code, not someone's perspective here. The code talks about violator, and it has a specific different reference to property owner. Here, the supposed violator is Tria Tesla, because Tria Tesla, the use is not permitted, is what the city is saying. We're saying that the use is permitted because the parking lot is allowed in the zoning. I'm not going to go into that rabbit hole right now.
I understand your argument, Mr. Tesman. I understand your argument. What the director and the two court officers are indicating is the concern that that your client continues to operate without the proper licensure. And so typically in cases like this, we would enter an order asking them to cease and until such time that they have received, proper licensing, the certificate of use, the business tax receipts, etc. The reason why I wanted to extend it and give you at least till next month is so that you're at least can figure things out and work it out the city as it relates to your client. Now, I'm understanding from Mr. Beswick that it may not be the case, but I'm still going to give you an opportunity to kind of work and see if they will, I guess, bifurcate, right? Separate the situation involving your client from that of Tesla. If you guys are already in communication, and if the other officer that you have been in communication with is not present, and so I can't really assess in terms of how far you guys are in terms of reaching an agreement, but I'm willing to give you an opportunity to do that. And now I can't obviously, like I said, I won't be here until July, so I can't extend your case until July. So I have to allow you to appear next month before the other special magistrate. Hopefully, you'll have the opportunity to continue your negotiation with who's the person you've been in contact with? Sorry.
So we've been talking to Mr. Cook from the zoning department.
So hopefully you can continue your negotiation with Mr. Cook, and if you have to bring in the city attorney, assistant city attorney, Ms. Malbush, and see where you guys can get. And but the special magistrate will have to decide on it at the next hearing. So best of luck to you and your client, in trying to get this matter resolved.
Thank you, Madam Magistrate.
All right. Have a good day, everyone.
You do the same. Thank you.
All right. Next case.
The next item I'll be calling is item number 7, Aurelio Fernandez Trust and Fernandez Family Trust, case number CEBPR 2021-00159, property address 12500 North Basel Drive, Officer Jose Perez, and we have our Alberto Fernandez.
And Mr. Perez is completely bald.
Mr. Fernandez, can you enable your audio and video, please? Alberto Fernandez.
Is he present?
He's physically here, not sure if he stepped away. Last call from Mr. Alberto Fernandez. If you're there, please enable your audio and video. Okay, I'm not getting a response from Mr. Fernandez.
The next item I will call is item number 14, Eric Powari, case number CEDIC 2021-0003. Officer Perez is the officer, property address 12610 Cypress Road.
I'm sorry, which item number is this?
Item number 14.
14, okay.
Who's the, I'm sorry, Peggy, I don't have, who's the?
We have Eric
Ricardo Blanco. Oh, I have a Ricardo Blanca no registered. Is that correct?
Is that the red property address?
Just, if I may, Your Honor, Assistant City Attorney Dominic Mamlush, on behalf of the city, there's a power of attorney that Mr. Hawari submitted, and the person that they assigned is Ricardo Blancar. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the last name. Ricardo B.
Okay.
Yeah, that's who I have registered for the case. I was just looking for the name here. Okay, Ricardo, if you can enable your audio and video.
And can you make the announcement again? When you hear your case called, raise your hand so that the clerk or director can let you in, please.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, sir. Can somebody swear him in, please?
Ricardo, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ricardo, there's someone next to you who also has her hand raised, but we can't see her. Will she be speaking as well?
She's my assistant taking notes.
Okay, no problem. All right, Officer Perez.
Good morning, Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 12610 Cypress Road. This case is in regards to an irreversible act in nature, which becomes of disposal into the canal. So I received a complaint from a very concerned resident who was watching the landscaping company basically just dump all the trimmings and clippings into the canal. This concerned resident was trying to get their attention. They didn't stop. He even took video recordings, and he felt so compelled that he got out of the canal, drove to the property to catch the landscaping company, and submitted those pictures and videos to our office in regards to this complaint. This is pictures of that I took of the property itself, depicting that it is the same property.
The property.
And there's a video here that'll play momentarily.
Okay. All right. You went on mute, Mr. Perez. Officer Perez, you're on mute.
Yes, that's all the testimony that the city has to provide at the moment. As I mentioned, this is an irreversible, irreparable case. Damage is already done to the ecosystem. And as I mentioned, the complainant was very compelled to get the information. So not only did they record it, but they went out and drove to that property, took pictures, videos, and sent them to our office.
All right. Mr. Blancano?
Blancano.
Huh?
Blancano.
Blancano.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
all right. Okay. You saw the photographs and the video.
Yeah, I seen the landscaper blowing. Those were the shaving of the grass that he cut. It's kind of hard to keep it from blowing into the bay with the wind, but I'm definitely going to let them know that it can happen again.
Okay. All right.
It wasn't like he was blowing it directly into the bay, as you can see in the video. You know, I understand it's wrong. It's not supposed to be in the water, but it's not like he was doing it intentionally towards the bay. And if you could tell that the house is in a cul-de-sac, so the air blows, you know, and it's kind of hard to block that soft grass. It's so sharp, so it's really light. Like the air takes it very, very easy.
Let me ask you, Mr. Officer Perez, how does one prevent the wind from blowing, the freshly cut grass into the lake, the water?
So in this case, there was actually, in the video, you could see that he was actually aiming the power blower into the bay at some point. In essence, that's what caused a lot of the grass to go into the bay. So really, the best way to do that is not to use a power blower if you're going to be right next to the canal. It'd be more so to rake whatever you're cutting and pick it up manually. I know it'd be more labor intensive, but then the trimmings won't go into the canal.
With all due respect, Officer Perez, but it's kind of hard to rake wood. I understand what you're saying, but in the video, I did not see him blowing directly into the bay.
If I may, Magistrate, I think we all saw that he blew back and forth. I would like to point out that the code is very specific with lawn care and lawn services, that homeowners are responsible to ensure that their lawn care providers bag all leaves, all lawn care trimmings, and put them out for collection. You know, it's very often that people are cited for this. It's the homeowner's responsibility to understand when they hire a lawn care service, what the rules are, as it pertains, especially if you live in an area that abuts the canal, to ensure that we don't have neighbors, you know, watching your lawn care service blow back and forth and blow tree trimmings or grass or leaves or whatever it is, because whatever was on the ground went into the canal. I think, you know, it was pretty noble of the neighbor to provide a video that, you know, was a clear indication that there was a leisurely blowing that happened. So whatever went into the canal, there was no intent to ensure it did not go into the canal. So that said, magistrate, the city would request that that there be a one-time fine with respect to the irreparable, irreversible provision as to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
I see the video again.
You probably can see right in front of the boat. Initially I couldn't, but if you can, let me run it back. You can see where it's really green, where I'm not sure if you can see that, but that's where a heavy load of grass is. Initially I couldn't tell in the video. I guess that's why he provided pictures so that we could see what may not be as apparent in the video. But if you can notice where there's a heavy load of greenery right in front of the boat there.
Mm-hmm.
And also beneath the lift.
Okay.
I can. I just want to reintroduce the still shots that were provided to the city. I guess once the company left.
Mm-hmm. Got it. All right. Based on the evidence presented, I do find in favor of the city. I will enter a one-time fee in the amount of $500. Just Mr. Ricardo, just speak to your staff and let them understand, right, when they're dealing with certain areas to take special pay special attention and take special precautions.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And they always have to bear in mind that somebody could be watching and recording.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay,
ma'am. I totally understand. Is there any way I could get a copy of that so I can show it to them?
I guess you can ask the city and the officer, and maybe that's a teachable moment for your staff or
definitely.
train them. Okay.
Definitely.
Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great afternoon. Thank you, guys.
You too.
We have we have a Cesar Soto with his hands raised, and he's also item number 53 on the agenda today.
Was he the next caller?
You call the case, Peggy?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and call the case. It is Waterside Towers Condo Association, case number FYBRR 2019-0001. This case was found guilty on November 18th, 2021. Fine was set at $500, and the officer is Gary Beswick.
Thank you. Can somebody swear Mr. Soto in, please?
Mr. Soto, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in this proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do. You're still muted.
You can unmute yourself. You can unmute yourself now, sir.
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Beswick?
Yeah, that's the City of North Miami Building Department. And for me, as special magistrate, my recommendation is let the fine run, because this thing going on too long, and they can, whenever they finish, they can come negotiate it with the city.
Okay. Let's see. Can't remember. Okay, the 40-year recertification.
Yes.
Okay. Officer. Mr. Soto, what's going on?
Well, I mean, there is a very long story that happened prior to us getting involved in this building. Now, as far as what happened with our history, I cannot attest to that. But what I can tell you is that as soon as we were retained and got involved, we had a hearing with you guys, and basically we were tasked with a few things. The first one was to comply with a 40-year recertification, and we were given a deadline for that. And basically, we complied with that deadline, and we submitted the recertification. The other portion of the things that we were by the way, there's obviously a new engineer, which is myself. There's a new board, and there's also we're also looking at different contractors, and there's also a new management company that's handling these issues alongside us. So then we basically complied with the 40-year recertification.
You did not comply, sir. You did not comply.
Well, I'm sorry. We submitted the report as we stated that we were going to. My apologies for that. So then we submitted the report. In that report, we stated what were the issues that were pending to be resolved. And also, we provided recommendations for those issues to be resolved. Now, the hiccup that we're finding, and again, I know this because we're facing this in a lot of other buildings in our industry, is that basically we have some concrete issues, crack issues, and the stairs that are mainly because of the similar materials in between the concrete and the CMU. And also, we have roof issues. So again, we provided procedures for those items to be addressed. So now, I mean, the main question that that Mr. Beswick posed to us was if the building is in danger structurally, and we stated that it is not unsafe and it is not a structural concern because the cracks basically are due to the stucco, and that they never treated the dissimilar materials in those instances in between concrete and CMU. So now we provided a procedure to address that. The roof has also issues, and then now we're going out and pricing those repairs, and we have contacted several contractors that are working and putting together a price for those issues, including the roof. Now, the main thing with the roof is that because we're recommending whole replacement of the roof. The main issue with that is that basically it's going to be a completely tear off. And the only way we have bonding issues and we have wear and tear on the roof. So the only way that we can address the bonding issues basically is sloping the roof, and that we are only able to accomplish it with insulation and then installing the material on top. Now, in general, in our industry, even if we had the money today, which is another issue, even if we had the money today to do the work and we retain a contractor today to do the work, for the TPO membranes that we could use, and the insulation, the lead time for insulation is 18 months, and the TPO is 18 months as well. And that's a widespread issue that we're having everywhere in the industry. Some manufacturers, are giving us a better lead time, 14 months, 12 months versus the 18 that I just mentioned. But that is a huge problem that we're facing, not only in this building, because we're working in a bunch of other buildings, new and existing construction. And that is basically the nature of the beast that we're facing in our industry today, because of product shortages and transportation issues and the whole nine.
Release the police officer.
So basically, what we did was we wanted to have a conversation with Mr. Bestwick to basically tell him where we were at, and right now. Where we at is we interviewed already a roofing contractor. So we're hoping to get their bid within the next couple of weeks. And hopefully with that, the building can go and get financing to put the roof together because they don't have the money. So the other issues, we're waiting for the contractors to give us the numbers to see if with some of the funds that they have available, we can get that work started and finished based on our recommendations. So we can pull the permit, do the repairs, have them inspected by us, and then, give them a clean bill of health. But those are the issues that we are facing today.
Magistrate. Sorry, Caesar. We also have 3 other people here for the same property: Charles Smith, Martin Morales, and Robert Olson. So once you're done, I will need to swear them in. Go ahead, Caesar.
Hold on, Mr. Soto, allow them in. And is everyone speaking on behalf of what is their position? Is that HOA president, chairperson? Who are all these folks?
Martin Morales, Robert Olson, Paul Smith, can you please enable your camera?
1 second.
Martin Morales as well?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, it's kind of dark. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, you might want to turn away from your window. I think your sunlight is going to.
There we go. That's better. My name's Charles Smith. I'm a regional manager for First Service. And
we can swear you in first, Mr. Smith. Just a moment.
Hello.
We're going to swear you in first. If you.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Martin Morales as well.
I have him here, and who else?
And Robert Olson.
Robert Olson.
Yes.
Can you enable your video, please?
I'm trying.
And Paul Perez, are you here on behalf of this case as well?
We can't speak to you. The only other hand I have raised is an Anna Castro. Is she?
No. No, I'm not. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I'm in another case.
All right. Okay, swear in Mr. Smith, Mr. Morales, and Mr. Olson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
I do. Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Smith, you started speaking.
Yes, my name is Charles Smith. I'm a regional manager with First Service. We as a company, First Atlantic Pacific, and then we transitioned to First Service, been managing the property since August. And I can concur with what Mr. Soto is saying in terms of the project management. He's the engineer of record. He was hired literally around the time of the first hearing. We went ahead. We've used his expertise to develop the scope of work for both the stucco, but unfortunately the roof. And the roof was weren't planning on having. We've been using scope from engineering studies from a couple years ago. The roof, unfortunately, has delayed a lot of process. We do have enough to do some of the stucco work. So Mr. Soto and his team are working up the final bids so that we can get that out to the vendors to get started. The issue that we had was that the amount of work is a little bit greater than what he had first thought. The major issue, though, is roofs. And, I manage 14 other associations. Right now I have 7 roof projects ongoing. And I'm having a great deal of trouble completing them to get work, to get workers. The prices are going through the roof, obviously. And it's been taking a lot longer to get these roofs done. And I would have to concur with Mr. Soto that, yes, the amount of scope and effort that we're having with this roof, it's going to take quite some time to get through. We are in the bid process now. We've had 2 bids submitted so far. We need 1 more by state statute, and then we will be able to make some decisions to move forward. Finally, we're also having to determine whether or not we're going to need additional funds. Currently, there are other projects on the site. However, we're trying to go ahead and see if we can use some of our available funds to at least start the projects to move forward. We have been in touch with the lenders to make sure that the monies are available. That'll be a board decision to determine if they eventually do go to the lender, and then obviously with that special assessment.
Okay. Did anyone else wanted to chime in?
Yes, I would.
Yes, Mr. Olson.
Yeah, good morning. I just want to start by saying this is all spin, nonsense, and irresponsibility. You notice they're talking about the roof. They're not mentioning what we're here for is a 40-year restoration project. As Mr. Beswick knows, for years now, he's been coming here. We got a line of credit in late 2019 for the 40-year. And what Mr. Soto said, it's not a new board. 4 of the 5 board members have been on the board since 2019. They have not taken a dime of the $650,000 and even looked to do the 40-year.
Excuse me, guys.
You had your minute to speak. You wait.
Guys?
You wait. I didn't interrupt you.
Well, I am an engineer.
I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you.
Mr. Olson, no screaming, please. Mr. Soto, let me allow him an opportunity to speak. I will take from it what I need, and if, I'll handle it accordingly. Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
Thank you. For the reason of this meeting is the 40-year. They never talk about it. They never address it. They're always looking to do other product. 2/3 of our $650,000 is gone, and they won't address the 40-year. Mr. Soto, December 27, submitted a report to you, the city. It stated in the report what was required for the 40-year. His words were not very extensive to complete and sign off on the project. He also stated that the roof foundation was fair. There was some puddling and needed better drainage. Come January, Mr. Soto, along with the board members, changed his report not once but twice, and now the whole focus is on putting on a new roof and fixing the seawall. Both very expensive products, not the 40-year. We still have like 200,000 plus left, which would probably be enough to complete the 40-year, but they don't even want to address it. This board has had the money, the same 4 people, since late 2019. Now, as Charles Smith just stated, he has 14 other properties. 10 of them he's doing roof. Why? Because roofs are extremely expensive, and his company makes a 10% commission on work done on the property. So they're focusing on other things. It's not a new board. We haven't had a pool in our building for 3.5 years because they keep doing work change orders, and they do some work, they tear it up. They They're not addressing the 40-year. That is the truth. That is the fact. And, you know, we try to get information from this board. They resist. They hold back on giving document. It is a disaster. It's the board who's not addressing the 40-year. It's not what Mr. Soto is talking about a new board. And all of a sudden, his report to you December 27th was not extensive. Come January, oh my God, you need a brand new roof for $1 million. It's going to take 2 years and run over probably double.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. But they're not addressing the 40 years.
Okay.
Special magistrate.
Yes.
Can I speak? I am an engineer. Charles, let me.
Yeah,
talk.
but just a second.
Charles,
Mr. Olson mentioned
Charles,
my name as well.
Guys.
Okay.
One person at a time. Mr. Soto, you were muted. Okay.
I am the engineer. Let me address the engineering concerns.
Okay.
I don't get involved in politics. I am an engineer. I assess issues. I give you recommendations, and I inspect based on those recommendations. Okay. I don't care about politics. I don't get involved with money. I've been in business for 25 years in this city, doing work all over the state and throughout the United States. I do not care about the politics. The facts are the facts, and the roof needs to be addressed because it's holding water. And in the future, if it doesn't get addressed, the membrane is going to go and it could affect the structure. Okay. That's my concern and my signature and my seal on it. Okay. So the roof needs to be addressed. The roof needs to be addressed. As far as what happened, and that's how I made my statement at the beginning, what happened prior, that's none of my concern. I came here with a mission. I told you what I was going to do. I have held my end of the bargain, and I am basically protecting my interests as the engineer, okay, with a signature in the state, and I am protecting the city's interest as well. And that is my duty per code.
Madam Magistrate, if I may, this case has been open since 2019, reference of 40-year recertification. We've heard testimony from various people at the location. Everyone has concerns. I believe that a ruling was finally entered in November of 21. Reference the 40-year recertification. We're not here today, reference a roof or any other matter. The city would request, and I would echo the code officer at this time, that we ratify the fines. I do want to make mention we've got to still have a pretty hefty agenda today. So, the city would request that we ratify the fine.
Can I ask you one quick thing, just so you people know? We're well over $1 million in debt. Our building is broke. We have about $200K left in the line of credit, which they won't use for the 40-year. And now they're looking to borrow millions of dollars. It's irresponsible on the management company's end, on the board of directors' end. They're not addressing the 40-year, and I'm sick of it. You know, I was taken to court last week by the vice president, where she lied under oath. And
Mr. Olson, if I may, I appreciate you wanting to share those concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Thank you, Ms. Patterson. My concern is more so on the fact that from my reading is that this recertification was due back in 2012. I do understand that Mr. Soto inherited a lemon. And, I'm sure he's doing his best to try to bring this matter forward. And I understand Mr. Olson's frustration with the board, et cetera. But our concern is the fact that this matter is still ongoing, and it's been since 2012. That's when this recertification was due. And so based on everything that I've heard today, I will side with the city, and the daily fine amount is ratified. And I wish all of you guys, the best, trying to get this matter resolved as best you can and as quickly as you can. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
The next item I'll be calling is item number 54. It's Waterstone Capital Holdings, LLC. Case number RCCOR 20200014. This case was previously found guilty on November 18, 2021. Fine was set at $750. The officer is Gary Beswick, and we have a Richard Wasserstein.
Give me the item number again, please.
Item number 54.
Mr. Wasserstein, if you would enable your audio and video, please. Clerk, can you swear me in?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, please say I do.
I do.
All right. Please state your full name and relationship to the property, Mr. Richard.
Richard Wasserstein. I'm also an attorney, and I am the owner of the company Waterstone Capital Holdings that owns the property.
Thank you, sir. Officer Beswick.
Good morning, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property was first cited back in April 14, 2020, failure to apply and obtain an approved reoccupancy certificate. They applied for an after the fact, but they didn't pass the inspection because of complete renovation of the property, which they also were cited for doing work without a permit back in 2020 as well, which they haven't complied with as yet. So there's no permits on file. So they're still in violation.
Your Honor. Oh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I acquired the property via a tax deed sale, and I rented it to some tenants. There was no plans in the city, and I was unaware that when you acquire it via tax deed sale, that you need to apply for the reoccupancy certificate, which is how this all started. There was a hearing. I'm sorry? Oh. There was a hearing. The first hearing, the special magistrate was Jose Smith, who is a relative of mine, and so he had to recuse himself. And the second hearing, we never got notice of. And we sent a letter to the city advising the city that we never got any notice of the hearing. And then for this hearing, we did get a letter. Now, my understanding is that there were permits pulled for the windows, which were impact windows, which were replaced and were approved by the city, and also for, I believe, the fence. And my understanding is the plans have been submitted to the city by the tenant, who apparently, renovated some things in there, and they've been submitted to the city.
Which is incorrect, which is not true.
I have the record of the windows. Are you telling me the windows?
No, the windows are permit, but for the complete renovation, there's no permit for that.
Okay, so the windows, they pulled the permit for, and they got it approved, and as the fence. Now, my understanding is they submitted the plans for the permit.
No, they didn't.
I know an architect was hired and paid, and I can call the tenant, and I'm sorry to do this now, but I thought it was already in the record that they had submitted the plans to the city for the permit. So, Your Honor, while we're waiting for him, all we're asking for, an architect had to be hired to go through whatever work was done. And Yasser, I'm in the city commission meeting. Did you guys already submit for the architect the plans for the permit? Do you have a number? Because the city's saying no. Yeah, what's the number? They gave you the permit or not yet?
Mr. Beswick, you're able to check on your end.
I just checked it. Yes, no.
So you submitted the plans and they're reviewing them. Okay, do you have a number that they give you when you submit the plans and the application? Okay. Do you have a number for when you submit the plans? Record ID, what is it? It says what? Shop? Oh, Chopping, CHOP. EWG 2022 0036. For the plans? Those are the drawing, yeah. And what's the number for the application that you submitted for the reoccupancy? R E S R E 2022 0065. Okay, let me call you back if there's any question. Thank you. Okay, so Special Magistrate, the plans were submitted to the city for approval, and they gave him a number, a record number, CHOP DW 62022 0036. And the reoccupancy application was also submitted to the city, and they gave him.
Sir.
Yes, give me 1 second.
Stop it for a minute. Application for, they need something start with a B. They didn't apply for any permit from the city. The reoccupancy, yes. I did the inspection, which couldn't pass the inspection because of all the renovation was done. They did apply for it after the fact, but nothing for the renovation.
They submitted the plans for the permit.
Nothing submitted.
Well, DW 62022 0036 is the number of the plans that they submitted to the city for the city to review, to issue them an approval and a permit.
I'm not seeing anything. It got to start, our permit start with a B.
This is DW, yeah, but these are the submission of the plans. Before you can get a permit, you got to get plans approved, no?
No, then they get a process, they get a number which start with a B. They haven't done,
okay, so maybe it's BW 620220036.
I'm looking at my screen, there's none.
You want me to have them send me a picture?
You tried with the BW officer?
Yes, sir. Is it D as in David or B as in boy? D as in David? Can you send me a picture of it so I could show it to them? Okay, now that was the plans for the approval of the plan.
Magistrate, can we take the item for 30 days?
For the master permit? One master permit for everything? Okay. Because he says, did you apply for a permit yet, or the plans have to get approved first?
Mr. Wasserstein?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to give you 30 days to submit whatever you need to submit to Officer Beswick. I will table your case until the next magistrate hearing, which is when, Madam Clerk?
1 second.
April 21st.
He cannot go in front of the magistrate, Smith Joseph. Jose, he cannot go in front of him.
Who's presiding over the next month's hearing?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it can't
Smith is on the 21st.
I can't do Smith because he's my uncle.
And Magistrate Sorez is May 19th.
Okay. If that's okay with you, Your Honor. Is May 19th okay with you, Your Honor?
Well, since there's already an adjudication, May 19th is fine.
Yeah, but the adjudication, Your Honor, I object to because I never got notice of the hearing.
Can I put up a file to show it, the posting? I have proof that the property was posted. We're going to put it up for you and show it to you.
What number is it on the agenda?
On the night of the prior hearing?
What number is on the agenda?
Item number 54.
And I'm sorry, what's in question? The notice, the hearing notice?
Not for this one, the one for the prior.
I'm sorry, Gary.
Too many people talking at the same time. I didn't hear a thing.
Right, Gary, what are we looking for here?
Looking for the pictures of the property being posted. I put the pictures there.
Oh. So this is the October hearing notice. This is a November hearing notice. These are the posting notices, the order to comply, notice to appear for today, with the accompanying affidavit.
Okay.
There's been notice posted on the
That's the
property.
property. That's one. There should be another one. And that's the other one. So they're both posted, and that's it. So the property was, there's proof that I post the property, and every time I post a property, I take pictures of.
Okay. All right. Is there somebody else going there, Mr. Washington? I'm sorry. What is it, Wasserstein? You're on mute, sir.
I don't know how that happened. I apologize. The one I'm disputing, I got the notice of hearing for this hearing, but the one before that I did not receive.
I know, but
you did not have it on your computer.
The pictures that you just saw is for both of them.
No, there was only for one, the 17th.
No.
Today's.
The magistrate has given you an additional 60 days, Mr. Wasserstein.
Okay, I just don't want any fine running on the property because I didn't get notice of the last hearing. If there's no fine, I'm okay.
You was notified though, and I have proof of it.
All right. And can you tell them again when is the next hearing? It will be posted again. It will be sent to you, Mr. Wasserstein, but while you're here, just document your calendar.
Yeah, May 19th
Yes.
at 9:30.
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
The next case is item number 42. Property owner Paul Perez and Nancy. Case number CERCV 2021-00107. Officer Shannon Sanders. Property address 12435 Northwest 10th Avenue. And we have a Paul Perez here for it.
I'm
Oh,
here.
Perez, can you raise your hand? I'm sorry?
Hold on. Trying to get the video going.
Oh,
You
I
cannot
disabled
start your video. Start my, okay, right here.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand, Paul. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Please say I do.
I do.
Awesome. Please state your full name in relationship to the property, sir.
My name is Paul Perez, and I am the owner of the property.
All right. Thank you. Officer Sanders.
Anna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for property address 12435 Northwest 7th Avenue. Their property was initially inspected October of 2021, whereas I noticed a RV parked in the rear/side of the building. I spoke with the property owner or a gentleman at the property who identified himself as the property owner. I explained that the RV needed to be removed or a variance needed to be obtained. He stated that the RV belonged to a friend and that he would contact him and have it removed within a week or so. As of March 4th, 2020, the RV still remained. I had no further conversations with the property owner, and no application had been submitted to the city. The property owner did contact me a couple of days ago and stated it had been removed, but as I explained to him, this violation had been existing since October. I've had a couple of inspections at the property, did the reinspection on the 4th as the notice to appear stated I would. And again, as of the 4th, the violation still remained.
Okay. Sir?
The RV is no longer my property. It belonged to my friend. He sold the RV, so I don't have that RV in my property anymore. And I will never have an RV in my property anymore because I didn't know that there was certain, till Miss Sanders came and told me about this ordinance about it. So it is no longer my property. I uploaded a picture. It's no longer there in my property. And like I said, I would never have an RV in my property ever again.
Okay. As of when did they remove the RV?
I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Ms. Sanders?
No, it couldn't have been 2 weeks ago because I inspected the property on the 4th.
Let me see the picture.
This property owner just spoke a day or two ago.
You have a picture of the 4th?
Yeah, I just had it on the screen.
Let me see it again.
Right here.
Okay. See, this picture is not from the 4th because that beware of the dog sign has not been in my property since last year. So, and then you have that little red, that's a funnel that's no longer there. So
Those photos were taken on the 4th, sir. Me and you just
I
spoke.
beg to differ.
We spoke a couple of days ago.
Okay,
It was well
here's the
after.
thing. The RV is gone. It's not in my house. I'll never bring an RV into my property ever again. I didn't know that by having a vehicle in your house that I own is going to be an issue, and I'm going to be fined for it. I understand having it outside.
You said you own an RV. I'm confused.
I don't understand what's wrong with somebody owning an RV. I don't own it, but what's wrong with somebody owning an RV and having them inside their property? Why would you be getting a fine or
Sir, the city requires, in order to have a recreational vehicle stored at your property, that you obtain an administrative variance for setback purposes and various other reasons for it to be stored. The city doesn't say you can't have it. The city says that you have to meet certain requirements and obtain a variance in order to have it stored. In this case, if you'd like to have store your friend's RV, yours, or whomever, you would need to first come to the city, follow proper protocol in order to obtain a variance, which could be considered a permit to have it parked and stored at the property. If you're stating that the boat or the bus or whatever it was has been removed, magistrate, the city would just simply request, as to prevent any future occurrences, that we would just enter an adjudication and close the case.
All right. Based on the evidence presented, I do find in favor of the city, and I enter an adjudication. So the officer will, I guess, review whatever photographs, et cetera, that you've submitted, and then they will close the file. Okay?
all right. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. You have a blessed day, everyone.
You too, sir.
The next item is item number 30. Louis A. Quintero is here for the case. Property address 1585 Northeast 128th Street. Case number CEBPR 2021-00048. This case was previously found guilty on December 16, 2021. Fine was set at $700, and the officer is Jonathan Lemestre.
What number did you say?
Item number 30.
Got it. All right.
Sir, can you swear him in, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Luis Alberto Quintero. Address is 1595 Northeast 128th Street, and I am the owner of the property.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, everyone. Co-compliance officer Jonathan Lemestre, and this is a returning case. On July 20th, 2021, I observed contractors working on the property, installing new windows, installing new doors. I opened the violation on July 20th. This case was heard on the December hearing, and they were found guilty, and they had to abate by March 4th, 2022. As of my final reinspection date on March 4th, 2022, nothing was done in regards to obtaining permits for the property. All that was done was the property owner obtained a building property search from the building department just to see if they had any fines or liens on the property. But outside of that, no permits have been filed. No permits have been filed since the final reinspection date of March 4th.
All right, Mr. Quintero.
So there was a I basically had the same issues that were detailed earlier today in another case, where I've had really challenging times finding an architect, a structural engineer, and all the related trades that need to be involved in this type of project. I have now, as of 2 days ago, finally gotten everything into the city, and there is a permit that is now in the process. It's actually in the building department. The permit number is BBR 00-2022-00105. And basically, I'm just trying to rectify the situation here. The hearing that I missed on December 4th, I was not aware of for various reasons. I missed it. So I just want to make sure that we just correct the situation. I really apologize for the issues that this has caused, but I really just want to get my home back into a working order and get everything correct by everyone here.
Let me allow the code enforcement officer to try to pull the permit based on the information you provided.
Yes, ma'am. On March 15th, yes, Madam Magistrate, on March 15th, he applied for a permit, but it's still pending.
Right.
And this is back on March 15th, so 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Yes, ma'am.
I will say that there was paperwork that was submitted using an incorrect website. Apparently, you guys have a website that's up and running that people could access, create a login, submit the paperwork. It's a Clearview website or something like that. And I actually submitted this paperwork in February, at the end of February, but through talking to someone at the city, finally they told me, like, you might want to present this in person. So this would have been already in the process a few weeks earlier, had it not been because I found this resource online that, in my opinion, shouldn't be online, but whatever, it is what it is. Point.
Okay. Since he has submitted his application, we're just going to table it and give him some time. We'll give the city some time.
Peace.
Any objection?
Objection.
All right. Okay. Good luck to you, sir.
Do you want this to come before you, Magistrate?
All the way in July? I don't know. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So
All right. Mr. Quintero, if they were to return it to you and ask you to do, any amendments, et cetera, to the work, please do, because I don't want us to come back in July and be in the same place that we are today.
You got it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Bye.
The next case I will call is item number 7 again for Aurelio Fernandez. I believe Alberto Fernandez is the person that's here for this case.
I've got him, Peggy. Go ahead and call the case.
Item number 7, Aurelio Fernandez Trust, Fernandez Family Trust. Case number CEBPR 2021-00159, property address 12500 North Bayshore Drive, and the officer is Jose Perez.
Mr. Fernandez, if you can enable your video and audio.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do. We cannot hear you, sir. We still cannot hear you, sir.
You might want to turn up your volume. He's not muted. Can you try speaking, sir? No, okay.
We cannot hear you, sir.
Can we table it?
Yeah, I'm not sure you joined with audio, so you may want to try to sign out, sign back in, and join with audio, sir. We're going to have to go on to the next case.
Yeah.
You can call the next case, clerk.
Sure. Give me 1 second, because I see someone here for a case in the chat.
It's okay. Just we can follow the schedule here. Everyone's registered.
Okay. I'm going to proceed with item number 40. It is NRD Investments LLC. And we have a Nelson here for it.
Go ahead and call the case.
Case number CEGMP 2021-0045. Property address 12550 Biscayne Boulevard. And the officer is Jose Perez.
I have a Christopher Nelson, sir, if you can enable your audio and video, please.
No.
Good morning, sir. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Hi, good morning. My name is Christopher Nelson. I am the general counsel for NR Group Management, Inc. We are the management company for the entity of NRD Investments, LLC, who is the legal property owner of the property garage at the address of 12550 Biscayne Boulevard. Joining me this morning are the president of the Association of 12550 Biscayne Condominium Association, and then Isaac Salver, as well as the property manager. I blank on the, I think it's, I'm not certain, I don't want to misspeak and say the incorrect property manager company, but the property manager individual who also will be joining us today is Orlando Arome, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing his name. And I think if they're also given access, magistrate, in the interest of time, I think we'll all swear together if you'd like.
Mm-hmm. All right, I have Deborah Agila. I've enabled your camera. I don't see a David Marcus, but I see mention of a David Marcus in the chat. Deborah Agila, if you want to join the meeting, and Mr. Nelson, I don't see any of the other names that you mentioned.
Orlando is here. I've enabled him.
Orlando Arome.
And Isaac Salver. Isaac Salver is not in the chat because I've been communicating with him all morning. I know he's intending to be
Isaac
here.
Salver, yes. Just a moment. Is there anybody else?
Yeah, those were the only two that I knew that were joining us from the property owner's perspective. The other folks that may be joining, I'm not familiar with them.
Okay. I have a Deborah. Deborah, are you there? Can you enable your video? I see that you're here for this item as well.
Deborah's here for Powerhouse.
All right, can you swear everybody in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do. I do.
I'm sorry, Deborah, are you here for this case?
She's here for Powerhouse.
Is that yes, Peggy? I'm not sure.
She's not here for this house, for this case, sorry.
On you. What were you saying, clerk, Madam Clerk?
Deborah's not here for this case. She's here for Powerhouse.
Okay. All right, so who will be speaking on behalf of this case, of this matter? Is it you, Mr. Nelson, Aaron, or Mr. Salver?
Ideally, magistrate, I'd like to present our case, but I also need the assistance and testimony of Mr. Salvo and Mr. Arome. This is a very unique relationship. If you'd like me to get into the details as to that, I can do that. Basically,
let me allow Officer Perez to present his case first, and then I'll give you guys an opportunity to respond. Perez?
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 12550 Biscayne Boulevard. This is in regards to a structure being a garage that is in an unsafe condition. It was marked by the building department, by the building official as an unsafe structure and needs to go under repairs.
Hearing of feedback, and I don't know where this is coming from. There's someone from this background. Mr. Aaron, I'm going to ask you to put yourself on mute, sir, because I don't know where this noise is coming from. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Perez.
Would you want me to start from the beginning?
Yes, because I was having a hard time hearing you.
Not a problem. Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 12550 Biscayne Boulevard. This case is in regards to a detached structure being a garage at the property. The property was visited by the building official, who then marked and deemed the garage an unsafe structure. The property has been cited now to make the repairs to bring this garage back to a non-unsafe structure as in a sound and safe condition. There are photos of the case, as well as the building official who may want to provide some testimony.
Case number? I'm sorry, the number of the item?
Number 40.
Is the building official here? Does he want to speak, reference the unsafe notice that was posted? Vicky, are you there? Can someone phone them? And
Hello?
Yeah, Vicky, are you there?
Can you hear me? Yeah. The building official is not present at the moment. I'm not familiar with that case. I can't comment on that.
From what I'm seeing with the caution tape, is tape off, and there are no cars being parked here presently, correct?
That is correct, yes. The building official deemed that the structure cannot be used, so they have stopped using the structure.
Okay. All right. That concludes your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Who wants to go first? Go ahead, Mr. Nelson. Unmute yourself.
Good morning, Magistrate. So as a matter of background, the owner of this property is NRD Investments, but pursuant to a reciprocal easement agreement that was recorded with the Declaration of Condominium when the office condominium was created, the office condominium adjacent to the structure has not only the access to the structure, but also agreed to the responsibility of the maintenance and care of the structure, which is why I say that only in the fact, but not to shirk the responsibility, but to clarify and educate as it relates to what you're going to find is my, lack of a better way to describe it, ignorance as to the status of a lot of what you may ask, which is why I needed the president of the association as well as the property manager on site to help me answer any questions that may be asked as a result of this proceeding. But that's the underlying background and keep that in mind as we move forward through this process. There's also another issue, a challenge, and again, I say this not as an excuse, but just as to provide some color as to why some of this might be a little bit more delayed than what you're used to, and that is that NRD Investment relocated its offices from the address that's on the file to a new address, and some of the mail takes quite some time to be forwarded to us, if it gets to us at all, because we relocated as of June of 2021. So I'm not even sure how it took several weeks for us to receive this last notice. In fact, we received the last notice after the closed out date of the opportunity to present and upload evidence. And I also want to make sure we correct that going forward so that we are all getting our timely notices. But as you properly identified, and Mr. Arone and Mr. Salver can talk more specifically, but they were aware of the needs of repairing of this structure, and they were in the process of doing that. And as it was testified earlier today, when you're dealing with a condominium association, it takes much longer than it does for some, individual property owner to make their own choices and decisions. You have to gather the information, call a board meeting, have quorum, and have certain votes and approvals to take place. So that process is ongoing, and they started that process prior to this initial determination. And they continue to work through this process, as I understand it. And as recently as yesterday, they walked the property with an engineer they've engaged to help assist them on the repairs. They had a prior engineer that was kind of after the tragedy that occurred last year, they brought in a prior engineer that came and did some testing and did some, in fact, what they call destructive testing to the structure, which makes things kind of look worse than they are, because we're trying to dig deep and see where the strengths and weaknesses are of the structure as I understand them. And they shored it up initially as an interim process as they go through here. In that time, they went with a separate engineer to move forward for the repairs. But the property owner and the association are at this point working together to try to address this issue and rectify the issue. But it's obviously something that's going to take a good amount of time, a good amount of money. And as an aside note, we'll work with this with the person from the building department, but our engineer that was on site yesterday is of the opinion that the ground floor parking would in fact, or could in fact, be safe, and is in fact safe from his professional opinion. But I know that that's not before the magistrate today. I know that's kind of a tangential subject, and I apologize if I've talked too much, because this is my first time dealing with something in this setting.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Who is the condo association president, so I can get an idea? Mr. Salver, is it Salver?
Yes, Magistrate Cazzo, thank you for allowing me to speak at today's hearing. I just want to, I guess, add to what Chris has said. And I just want to emphasize the fact that the structure is a little bit unique, because NRD, who's the developer of the property, remained the fee holder of the parking garage, but through the reciprocal easement agreement, which was part of our condo docs when we acquired our condo units, dictates our usage of the garage. Through the years, and cited in the reciprocal easement agreement, are certain duties that were laid at the feet of the condo owners, and certain duties that were taken on by the developer themselves. Over the last few years, there had been several disputes on who was responsible for what. To make a long story short, the minute we found out that there might be any type of issue with the garage, we brought professionals to the site. If you could see by the dates, this was soon after the Champlain Tower collapse. The professionals that we brought there, the engineers, looked at it. There was several rounds of testing that were done, both on the primary structural elements of the garage and superficial elements of the garage. And there was no engineer that we brought that physically inspected the garage that said that any of the deficiencies in the garage structure were critical, and that the garage structure is unsafe on any level. And knowing that was a little bit frustrating. When I know that your chief engineer had an opinion to the contrary, but I think, as Mr. Nelson had alluded to, there were testing. The building was doing testing on various portions of the garage to see if old repairs were in fact, effective. And they found some that were, and they found some that weren't. But unfortunately, the folks that were doing that engineering study left debris scattered around the garage. And then I'm presuming that one of the tenants or one of the owners of the condominium association, as they walked through the garage, saw, spalled concrete and some concrete on the floor. And they called the town, the building department, and they came out and they made a very, very snap judgment that, this might be falling apart, and they condemned the garage. I'm going to repeat that none of the engineers that we've had at the garage since the building was actually condemned share the opinion that the garage is structurally unsafe. There's no denying that it needs repair.
Have they submitted any documents to that effect?
Yeah, since Orlando can speak to that. Orlando, who is the building manager, has greater detail, and I would like to reserve some time to also add in case Orlando misses something that I think is important, Madam Magistrate, okay?
Sure.
If I may, Magistrate, before Orlando speaks, I received, because as I mentioned, we moved locations, and the forwarding of our mail, I received the notice of this hearing late last week. And I was able to, and I forwarded this to Orlando and Isaac, I think earlier this week, far past our deadline to submit evidence. So we've been just, scrambling just to be present here. So I apologize for our lack of ability to submit any additional documentations or evidence, because we just didn't, we knew we blew the deadline. And I wasn't able to communicate and circle up with these guys until this week, and here we are. It's only Thursday. But I do know that Mr. Salver is a professional, and he's sworn under oath. And I wasn't present with those engineers, but I think if he says that the engineers, none of them found it to be unsafe, I take him at his word. Thank you.
Mr. Magistrate, can I ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Messler. And please state your full name and relationship to, what do you do?
Gary Besley, City of North Miami Building Department. I'm the flood officer and CRS coordinator. And I met Mr. Isaac. I was with the building official during our inspection. The question I have to ask, because both of them make a statement, interesting statement. They state that no engineer that came to the property deemed the garage should be unsafe. So my question is, if that's the case, why they put up all the shoring?
Why they put up what?
All the shoring. There's a lot of shorings all around the place. If they didn't deem safety concern, why they put shoring?
Madam Magistrate, I just want to, state for the record that I never met with Mr. Bostwick. I only took over as president within the last 60 days. So it might have been the prior president.
Okay.
If Orlando Aram is on the line, can he be allowed to speak? Because he has been the manager throughout. He's been an eyewitness.
He's here. He's here. He's ready to speak.
Okay. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay. Mr. Orlando, I'm sorry, is it Aram?
Yeah.
I've been mispronouncing everybody's name all day, so I apologize.
It's hard for people to roll their R's, so don't worry. I'm used to the mispronouncement of my name. Don't worry. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody.
Sir.
and it's on this unhappy occasion. But anyway, basically, when the Champlain Tower collapsed, I had a conversation with the prior board. I said we need to, we should take a look at this garage and see what we could do. And we hired an engineer. Engineer said, well, I think if we shore it up, we can make sure that it's safe and that there isn't going to be any problems, which we went ahead and did. And then we, because it was done sort of like quickly, we then went and got a permit. There were plans drawn. The city approved all the shoring. And in fact, the garage was reopened for use on the ground floor. There were issues with that engineer and his fees and things like that. And that's why the garage was closed again, because the city only gave us 30 days. I think 3 months anyway, or 30 days to do anything. And then also because the engineer was not doing the weekly inspections that he arranged to do with the city engineer. So there were two reasons why the garage was closed again. It was reopened, deemed safe, and then it was closed again for two reasons: lack of inspections, of re-inspections weekly, and expiration of the time given to start the repair. That's why. But it was open. The city engineer reopened it, at least on the ground floor.
Madam Magistrate, if I may at this time, in the interest of time, I just want to reiterate that this case is not in reference to the unsafe structure or in reference to the building officials' ruling regarding the unsafe. The case here today before you is simply the city requesting that the repairs be made. This is maintenance repairs of the garage at this time. This is the first time it's being heard. The city is simply requesting that adjudication be entered at this time with a date to comply.
Okay. I did have a question though. Did you guys indicate it earlier, and I'm taking notes and my notes are probably all over the place. You do currently have the engineer and everyone in place to get the job done, correct?
Yes, Madam Magistrate. Portland, I'll take this one. Yes, we've retained ACG Engineering Services, who have been out to the location a couple of times now. Wants to do a little bit of a deeper inspection, and he has already, given us an estimate, the cost estimate to repair all the levels of the garage. It comes out to just under $900,000. He's already prepared plans that will be submitted that we could
to the city
to receive our building permits. And just for the record, we did apply for an after the fact permit for the shoring posts that were installed professionally, and they're currently being rented month to month. So we've actually been reacting, and I think it might be important to note one other thing, that now the HOA and the developer are working in concert together, and we currently have an agreement whereby the HOA will actually acquire the parking garage, so the parking garage becomes part of the HOA, so we don't have to trip over the reciprocal easement agreement. And the HOA is committed to not only acquiring it within a very, very short order. We've already given, with the cooperation of the developer, we've already given the okay for the engineer to draw plans, to begin pulling permits, and to, as soon as possible, retain a contractor, which we have, or we're already in conversation with a few of them, to begin work as soon as we have a permit pulled from the city.
Well, Ms. Salver, I think that was a smart move. The HOA is lucky to have you as their president. I thank all of you for being here. I do find that the violation does exist. I do find in favor of the city. I will enter an adjudication, but I will also give you guys time to get your plans and everything submitted to the city. The case will come back before me in July, so that's giving you guys plenty of time But please, I don't want us back here in July and find out that we are in the same place that we are here today. Please use the time that I am giving you to get what needs to be done. At least have your plan and everything submitted. And if the city returns it and tells you that you need to amend it in any ways, get that done. So at least when we come back in July, I can see progress. Are we clear?
Yeah, yes, we are. Madam Magistrate, I have a question. Are there tolls, I'm sorry, are there fines currently being assessed?
Not yet. What I am going to do is basically give you the abatement date. What is the abatement date, Madam Clerk?
July 8th.
July 8th, and our hearing is when? July 21st. Okay. So now with that abatement date, I will issue a daily fine amount, and that's $1,000. But when we come back in July, we'll see where we are, at which point we'll know whether or not we need to give you an extension. But I want to see progress. We all clear?
Yes, the only reason I asked that, and I apologize to extend this, I know that you have a very busy agenda, is because we're going to contract to acquire the property, and the contract does say that the buyer, us, the HOA, is responsible for any outstanding fines. So I just want to be able to tell my HOA members exactly
that as of right now, there's no fines that are accumulating as of today. No.
Okay.
Okay. So you can tell your board as of right now. Yes, Mr. Nelson.
Yep. Okay. And just to clarify two things. Number one, I'm going to talk substantively, and number two, I want to talk administratively. Just what I understand is that fines will start to accrue as of July 8th. Is that the ruling that's been made here today?
As of July 8th, but until it's ratified, because we do have a hearing on the 21st. If we come back on the 21st and I see that we are exactly where we were on this date and nothing has been done, you understand? I may not issue an extension. I may decide that I'm going to ratify the fine.
Understood.
Okay.
Magistrate, I understand. The second thing I'd just like to put onto the record, and if someone could take our new address so that our mail comes to us directly and timely, it would be really appreciated. Could I give that address now?
Madam Clerk, are you able to do that, or you need them to submit it a different way?
I'm able to do it right now.
Okay. We are 1600 Northeast 1st Avenue, Suite 3800, Miami, Florida 33132.
Copy.
And can you also copy me as president of the HOA, since we're hope to become the fee owner within the next 30 days, more or less, or 60 days?
Gentlemen, if it's okay, can you guys just put the information in the chat? And the clerk is happy to communicate with you there.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Magistrate Cazzo, and the rest of the staff.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 43 and 44. And this is for Powerhouse Marina, property address 13255 Biscayne Boulevard. The officer is Jose Perez. And the case number for item number 43 is CEDIC 2021-0004, as well as for item number 44, case number CEGMP 2021-0042.
Deborah Aguila, can you enable your video and audio, please?
And after this statements are called,
I think you guys have two devices. Please mute one.
We will be taking a short recess after these two cases.
Hello.
I'm still hearing an echo.
You guys need to mute one of your devices. Only one. You have both of them muted now. So.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead.
And clerk, can you swear him in, please?
Please raise your right hand, sir. Are you the only one that's going to give testimony today, or is it both of you guys?
Well, Deborah might have information and I don't, so both might as well.
No problem. Can you both please raise your right hand? I can't see Deborah.
There you go. We see you now.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Okay, please state your full name in relationship to the property.
David Marcus.
Thank you, sir. Will the other lady will be speaking as well?
Occasionally.
Okay.
I'll be doing most speaking.
All right, sir. Thank you. Officer Perez?
Mr. Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 13255 Biscayne Boulevard. This is two cases that are going to be heard together. They are similar in nature. The first case in regards to disposal into the canal, and this was in the form of a dislodged dock that Marine Patrol and I had to actually fish out of the almost reaching the bay. So this was pretty significant, and it was a rather large piece of dock. Attached are some pictures from the said dock that was removed, as well as some of the conditions of the dock as it is right now. This came after a notice of violation was already issued to the property for the condition of the dock itself. So after being notified that their dock needed to be repaired and it was in disrepair, a piece of their dock went ahead and dislodged and almost reached the Biscayne Bay, which would have been pretty catastrophic had a boat managed to hit that piece of dock, which was pretty hard to see on the water.
You said another boat hit the
It did not. I'm saying it could have been catastrophic.
Okay. Okay. That concludes your testimony?
Yes, I just want to bring up to the pictures where it shows the dock that we actually retrieved from the water. That was showed. So that's a picture from the actual boat when we tied it off to the vessel. And then that's the picture of the dock piece on the back of the pickup truck for Marine Patrol. As you can see, it's a rather large piece of the dock and could have caused quite some damage.
Okay.
You want to hear both cases together, Magistrate?
Yes, actually.
And then the second case in regards to the condition of the dock itself, the city is requesting that they go ahead and make the repairs necessary to the dock in order to prevent this dislodging to pretty much happen again. In essence, the condition of the dock is pretty bad. I was going to have the building official give some testimony, but I believe he's not here right now. So that'll conclude my testimony for now.
Okay. All right, Mr. Marcus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. All right. Anything you want to add? Anything you want to add, sir, or do you have any questions for the officer?
No, not at all. On March 24th, 2021, we gave a $20,000 deposit to Southern Marine Construction to start permitting to replace all our docks. We have, let's see, a permit and an inspection on 10/29/21 that we put in the application. We would be glad to repair our docks. Just tell us we have permission to do it and we'll be done. We've been trying to get this done for a year now.
You're saying what is stopping you?
Permits.
Okay. And you said that those were submitted, applications were submitted back in 2021?
Yes. 10/29/21, I have a receipt for the city of North Miami for a permit.
Okay. Well, what did the city tell you? What's going on with
you?
Okay, I don't know if you can see me. My name is Deborah Aguila for Powerhouse Marina, 13255 King Boulevard. So we've been in contact between the city, environmental, Department of Environmental Protection. The company that we hire has been trying to get permits from them because this is a leased land with them. And then they keep sending us back to the city, telling us that the city has to give us a permit. Actually, the city came in and said that we needed a permit. They tell us that we don't need a permit from the city yet until we get them taken care of. So I don't know if it's a miscommunication between the two departments or what it is, but that's what it's been stopping us. So finally on the 10/29, this company went to the city and got the permit. So now it's between the environmental department to allow us to continue with the dock permits and all of that. So that's what we're waiting on, but we have started this.
This is a dangerous situation we've been trying to correct and get repaired. I just don't understand all the bureaucracy that trying to get all this done. I mean, if it wasn't for this would have been done last year, and none of this would have happened.
Officer Perez, are you seeing in your system? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just pulled up the permit, and it appears that, yes, they did apply for it 2 days after the violation was issued to them, right? 3 days, rather.
What was that? What was that?
So the violation was issued on, the original violation for the repair was issued actually on September 27th, right? The second violation for the dock dislodging was on October 26th, right? And then on October 29th, that's when an application was submitted to the city. So that's the time frame that we're looking at. I'm looking at the notes from said application. So they applied for the permit, but on November 22nd, it was denied by zoning. And on November 23rd, it was denied by the structural plans. So the structural plans were denied and the zoning plans were denied. So that's why this permit hasn't been issued.
Why would the zoning be denied? We're not changing anything. We're just repairing. These docks have been here since I've been here in 1995.
So based off the notes that were left, and you can defer to the zoning department. They're the experts in the matter. Here it says, no dock or wharf or similar structure shall be constructed over or in any navigable canal or waterway or abutting land which exceeds more than 6 feet outward from either property line or bank of such canal waterway. Again, you would have to defer to the zoning department, and Derek Cook was the one that left these notes.
We've got too many departments that are not communicating. How could I have permitted originally and had these docks originally, and all I'm doing is repairing them for the zoning department to say I'm not within code? This is absurd. Absolutely.
Again, you would have to.
This is an existing structure for like almost 30 years.
Again, I would defer all the questions to the zoning department for that. I'm not the expertise in the matter. However, it is your responsibility and your contractor's responsibility to be on top of these revisions. So when these plans are denied, they're supposed to be revised by the contractor. So it is the contractor and the owner of the property's responsibility to be on top of this and follow through with the denial and make the corrections necessary.
Sir, I understand from your point of view, it's very easy to say, hey, it's wrong, it's done. Think of it as our point. We're dealing with multiple agencies. I'm dealing with a contractor who's supposed to be professional. And when an entity like us goes ahead and hires a company for $126,000, gives them $20,000 deposit, and it's supposedly experts and professionals, we leave it in their hands. And if this, now I'm not trying to get out of anything, I'm just trying to get it done. If I just go ahead and fix it, I'm thinking maybe I should fix everything and let them give me a problem later. At least everybody out here will be safe. Maybe, fix it and ask for an apology later. But trying to do this the right way has been the most frustrating experience I've ever been. I've got too many departments, and they're all busy, and nobody can get on the phone at the right time or answer emails quickly. And when I finally start speaking to somebody at Durham, it's a new person because the other one left. So now I'm starting all over again.
Okay, Mr.
I know you can't do anything about this. I know you can't. I know I'm going to be pulling my hair out when we're done, and I just leave it at your hands. Now, if I have a fine because of this dock, I really don't care. I don't care at all about having to pay a fine. I care about getting help so I can fix my docks.
Jose, what is the number of the case, please?
So this is case number 43 and 44 on the agenda.
Here, you have all the information. So, I mean, I'm like losing my mind over this damn thing.
Okay. So at this juncture, the last thing that happened was the denial back in November. Is that what you're saying, Officer Perez?
That is correct, yes.
Mr. Marcus, sir, at this point, I think that maybe you should put pressure on your contractor and ask them why that they haven't done anything since November. Because they should have received denial from the city and they should have proceeded from there. And if they had additional questions, then they should go back to the city and trying to get exactly what needs to be done and do the revisions and resubmit. We are now in March. And so based on the evidence presented, I do find the violation still exists. I do find in favor of the city. Sir, I'm entering an adjudication. I'm also giving you and your contractor some time. This matter will be heard. Is it coming back to me?
Magistrate, just for clarity, really quickly, you had two cases. One of them was for a one-time fine, referenced the dock that was lodged into the canal, which would be a one-time penalty. And then the second case would be appropriate. Your ruling would be appropriate in terms of the adjudication and the order to comply.
Okay. So for the second case, which is CEGMP, am I looking at the right one? CEGMP 2021-0042, I do enter an adjudication and with an abatement date of July 8th.
Yes, July 8th. Sorry about that. Yes.
July 8th, 2022, and that will be a daily fine amount of $1,000. Sir, I would say to stay on top of your general contractor. You're indicating that you're paying them a lot of money, so don't pull your hair out. Give them the responsibility.
We're just so frustrated, and even with my he hardly answers the phone call, and I know that's not your problem, but
I understand, sir. But they should have really done something since November. When they received the notes with the revisions back from the city. As far as the matter of CEDIC 2021-0004, I do find that the violation does exist and the fine amount for this a one-time fine in the amount of $1,500. Good luck to everyone. And if anything, I will see you guys back in July.
The next item is item number 41.
No, actually, I'm taking a 5-minute recess. I will see everyone back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
So we'll re-adjourn at 12:20.
Recording stopped.
I understand that, but they're telling me that
Magistrate, are you back?
Are we back?
We are ready if you are.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, we're going to resume recording. Clerk, are you there? If we can go ahead and get the next case called.
Yes.
Recording in progress.
The next case is item number 41. Paul Feldman, Trustco Creek Land Trust. Case number MHVIO 2022-00164. Property address 1595 Northeast 135th Street. And the officer is Jonathan Lemestre.
I have an Anna Alzate. If you would enable your audio and video, please, Anna. And while we're here, if there's anybody here in attendance that needs the translator, please write us in the chat. If you need a translator, please write us in the chat. Anna, can you enable your audio and video, please?
Let her. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Swear in, please.
My name is Anna Alzate.
Please raise your right hand. Sir, are you speaking as well?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand as well. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Okay. State your full name for the record and relationship to the property.
My name is Anna Alzate. I'm a general contractor.
My name is Yaniv Sinanis. I the owner of the land trust that owns this property.
Thank you. Anna, I didn't hear what it is that you said regarding your position with the property.
Oh, okay. I'm the general contractor.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, who's my officer? Oh, Mr. Lemestre.
Hello. All right. I begin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Co-compliance officer Jonathan Lemestre, and this is a first-time case. On January 3rd, 2022, a resident contacted the city of North Miami in regard to a concern in regards to the certificate of operations for the elevator. They stated that it's been expired, I believe, for over 2 years. So I went to the property, I inspected, and yes, the elevator certificate was expired. I opened a notice of violation on January 3rd. I hand-delivered the notice of violation to Oscar, who is the maintenance supervisor of the property. On January 13th, I went to re-inspect. They did not renew the certificate of operations. I did speak to a representative from the elevator certificate. I apologize. I did speak to a representative, and they told me that in order to get the certificate of operations for the elevator, it would cost over six figures for whatever reason, to repair the elevator, because I guess the elevator is old. And as of my final reinspection date on March 4th, 2022, they have not complied and did not renew the certificate of operations for the elevator.
Who wants to speak?
Okay. Yes. That was part of the problem. The owner contacted a company to fix the elevator.
I think this part is for me to explain. Basically, these elevators, there's 3 on this property, and we pay for a monthly service, and we've spent many thousands of dollars properly maintaining these elevators. And these elevators, they work perfectly up until today. and we renew all our licenses and keep this property very clean and up to date. I think the inspector can tell you that this is a very well maintained property. Anyway, with all that said, there was a major miscommunication that came in, and it was a year and change ago during Corona, where we got misinformed, where they said that we have to upgrade a system in the elevator. Then we called out the elevator company we had at that time. They came over here, we made a meeting, and they said, basically, we can't upgrade the system. The only way to deal with the system on these elevators is completely replace the entire system. Now, it is an older system, but we've spent a tremendous amount of money maintaining these elevators and keeping them operational. They're never not working. They're never down. We take good care of them. But when he was explaining me that we have to upgrade the system because of the new code, I was confused because, to redo a system is basically change the entire elevator out with the entire system is what he was explaining. And then to do that is somewhere around $85,000 today per elevator. And, it just didn't make sense that this is existing, it's working, it's being maintained, that we would have to do such a thing. And that was just for one of the elevators, and there's 3 here. Make a long story short, at some point, we decided to change elevator companies, and we brought in another elevator company. And then I brought on Anna, who's helping us with other projects, and asked her to please investigate what is the root of the problem and if there's a more sufficient way of resolving this issue. Since then, our other elevator inspection report that we did and got gave us a scenario on how to fix this thing for a very small sum of money, which we were fine doing, and we did. We signed the contract, we gave a deposit, and the parts are in order, and they actually intend to do it hopefully next week. And this should resolve the entire issue. And then once that's done, by the end of next week, we want to call out inspection again. And we're hoping that this is what's on this report of what we have here, which will resolve this issue and put it to bed. So this is not us, trying to avoid fixing the issue. It was miscommunication, and it was the things here that on this list right here on these lists is this elevator company right here. We gave them the money. This is the agreement, and they will be here according to them next week to resolve it. I just don't know.
Let me ask: are they not supposed to be pulling permits for this work, Mr. Lemestre?
No. It's minor parts that are replacement parts that are
maintenance, basically.
Maintenance issues. It's not what I was afraid of at the beginning, which is a full rebuild of an entire elevator, which I got quotes of like 80 something grand. So it's just minor parts as switch out parts, which are here on this agreement, and they're paid for, and they're supposed to do next week. And I pray to God that they'll be done next week, so that I pray to God that this is what's exactly on this violation is what's on this order list, so that when they come to do the inspection,
that everything is up to code.
Yeah, I just don't understand the whole code, and I'm hoping that once we did everything that's here, that's written by the city on 3 papers, which is the parts we ordered. I'm hoping that at that point we pass the inspection, and that'll be the end of it, because they are, very well run, well maintained elevators. I mean, we've had repairs of 5,000, 7,000, 2,500. I mean, every time something comes up, we fix it right away. And the same goes for Same goes for the rest of the building, and same goes for the tenancy. When they call, within 24 hours, we're there and we service them. So, you know, I apologize.
Let me give Mr. Lemestre an opportunity to respond. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Madam Magistrate. So if they were doing a complete rehaul of the elevator, then yes, they would need a permit from the building department. As for a minor repair, I mean, I would refer to the building department, but I wouldn't think they would need a permit for it.
Okay, so basically you want, once the job is done, they need to contact you or the building department to have someone go back, re-inspect, and determine if the work was done in compliance with the new code?
Mr. Beswick, I don't know if you want to jump in.
Yeah, that's the county. The elevator is the county.
Okay. Okay, so that, okay.
All right, so what is the city's, I'm a little confused.
We're just simply requesting an adjudication magistrate with the date to comply.
The only thing I'm asking, if possible, we would like an opportunity to call for inspection, not next week, the following week. And then we believe that we're accomplishing everything here, but if there's something else needed to be done, we may need some more time to do the additional things, which I don't think there is, because going through these 3 documents is, we ordered what is requested, but like I said, there was some miscommunication from the beginning because I don't understand enough about elevators, but we are actively trying to get this corrected.
Let me ask you, when you say reinspection, this is in regards to the certificate of operations or the reinspection of the elevator?
Miami.
Yeah. That's Miami-Dade County. So, okay. I was confused for a second. Yeah, you would have to contact Miami-Dade County. Again, this is the city of North Miami. Again, all our concern is just the certificate of operation. Being up to date.
I got it. I was looking at the wrong item. Okay, and we're talking about item number 41, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, got you. All right, based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist and in favor of the city. I will enter an adjudication and an abatement date of July 8th. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Sure. Okay.
Appreciate it.
We'll proceed with item number 13, Coronado Towers Condo, Officer Gary Beswick. The case number is FYBRR 2019-00085. Property address 12590 Northeast 16th Avenue.
Can you give me a name, please, Peggy?
The name under is Carlos Martin.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please swear in.
My name is Carlos Martin. I'm the General Counsel for 12590 Coronado Towers Condominium Association. We're here, I think, on a progress report on the 40-year recertification.
Okay. All right. Let's allow Mr. Beswick to present his case first.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick, for the City of North Miami Building Department. At this point, Special Magistrate, we are asking for the fine to run. This is another one that's been going on for years. There's no progress of repair or nothing. So we're seeking to let the fine run. And after they finish doing what they're supposed to do, they can negotiate with the city for the fines.
And I just lost my, what's the item number again?
Number 13.
13. Okay, got it. Sorry. Okay. So this has been ongoing since 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Counsel?
Well, Your Honor, it has been ongoing for 2019, but to say that it has been a continuous violation during that period would be not disingenuous. I don't want to say that, but it's been quite a number of things that have happened. The association received its violation to file a 40-year report in 2019. And it did eventually file its 40-year report in.
I'm hearing an echo, Mr. Martin.
I hear it. Hold on a second. Should be gone now. It did file its 40-year report, which did not include a condition that became later apparent after the tragedy at Coronado Tower. At Champlain Tower. The 40-year report, the association was on its way to making the repairs and had made some repairs towards the 40-year report that was filed in 2020. And then after Champlain Tower, the building was re-inspected by the municipality as it should do. And it found that the balcony situation was a problem and needed to be remedied. The 40-year report that we had received from our prior engineer did not include the balconies in a dire state, as had been found by the city just last summer. So as a result of that, we hired a new engineer. The prior engineer would not provide us with an additional report because he was too busy after Champlain, so we had to hire a new engineer. The new engineer, we asked to revise the 40-year report as requested by the city as well. The 40-year, last time we met, the 40-year report, the new one had not been filed. That report was filed with the city on February 17th by the new engineer. We are now in the process of getting that portion of the project bid. During that time, we have had the new engineers provide to the city a certification that the building is safe for occupancy. Further, we have secured the balconies in the building, and then we provided evidence of that at the prior hearing, having the sliders drilled in and having a report and inspections by the association's engineer ongoing to make sure that they're not being used. Additionally, last time, the city requested that we be sure that there would be no potential risk of falling, although there has not been any falling or spalling concrete that has fallen from the building. The city was concerned, so we relayed that information to the association's project manager, who had cordoned off the area underneath the balconies themselves to be certain that if something, although we don't expect it to, and he does not expect it to, if something were to fall off the building, it would not land on anyone walking underneath. At this time, the association board has changed in the last 45 days. We have a new board. They're in the process now of getting the specifications. Now that the 40-year report has been refiled on February 17th, we're in the process of getting specs to have this bid out. We have some bids already that were sort of general bids provided by known quantities to the association's engineer. Even though the specs hadn't been written, the association's new board didn't accept them because it wants bids written out based on the specifications for repair. But right now, we're looking at something around $1 to $1.5 million in repairs. And this is a 60-unit condo, 60-some-odd unit condo. So we are also in the process of trying to obtain financing to fund these repairs to get the building in compliance. That's where we are now. What we would ask is, if we could, not to let the fine run, and ask us for a 60-day extension to provide a progress report. Hopefully by that time, we'll have a contractor in place and potentially a permit application.
Okay. Mr. Beswick, let me ask you, what fines? Because I don't see that this matter was adjudicated. Are we looking at item number 13? What is the item?
I thought she said 14.
It's item number 13.
It is 13, sir.
Okay. What fines, Mr. Beswick?
This shouldn't be it shouldn't be a new case. It should have already adjudicated.
I believe it was adjudicated.
I'm sorry?
I believe it was adjudicated previously, Your Honor.
There could be an error. There could be an error. Clerk, can you confirm whether there's an error made on the agenda?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, in the meantime, is it Mr. Beswick or Mr. Dean? Did you want to add anything based on the council's testimony in terms of where we are?
Gary, you want to go first, or?
No, I want to already.
Okay. Hello, Madam Magistrate. I visited this property recently. Actually, when I visited last, that's my second time at the property. I noticed the balconies, in terms of the crack, kind of were a little more severe from the first time I visited the property.
Did you see it boarded up? I think that the council indicated that it has since been boarded up.
Not boarded, Your Honor. I apologize. We had the sliding glass door screwed in place.
Okay. All right. So it's not accessible to the tenant.
As of last, I was informed that it should not have been accessible to the owner. That's correct.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Jim.
So, yeah, my concerns are definitely the balcony overhead, and there's a beam that has the crack. I don't know if it's through the stucco or how, what's the depth of that crack.
So we have exposed beam on the balcony?
There's a beam on the ground floor that has some type of crack in it, but not large, kind of like a little more than a hairline, I guess a little wider than a hairline crack on the bottom beam there, facing, I guess it would be the east side, probably northeast side of the facade. So that's that. Also, there's with the asphalt pavement, they have some soil loss. So, and they have a canal, I think a little canal that's in the back there. So the rainwater is kind of probably going through that, whatever pores or hole that is there now and kind of washing the soil away. So that's another concern. So what I want basically structural engineer to give us basically a status on, if there's an immediate danger with the balconies and also the soil, the asphalt pavement, if the foundation is in any danger with those with the loss of soil there. I was hoping they would come in for, submit a permit application for this to try to, get going with these repairs.
They haven't? What was it that you said was submitted, Mr. Martin?
We submitted the revised 40-year report to include now the balcony condition, which wasn't in the original, on February 17th. Our engineer, last I'd heard from the contractor, from our project manager, was going to be preparing some drawings and specifications for the work to be performed. They had received prior to the report being submitted and prior to any specifications being provided, this project manager that the prior board had hired had bids for $1.5 million based on no specifications whatsoever. You can imagine the board's reticence to sign a $1.5 million contract for repair without having actually any basis in any sort of engineering specifications or drawings. So the association went back to its project manager and required them to prepare a bid package, which is now being prepared. This is a new board now, like I said, within the last 45 days. So we are waiting for appropriate bids that are based upon actual engineering so that the board can make a decision. In the meantime as well, like I had mentioned, the association is small, so it's not going to have the cash up front to pay for these repairs. So it's in the process of trying to obtain some form of financing for these repairs.
Madam Clerk, what did you find out?
Yes, this case was previously found guilty on February 19th, 2020, and the fine set was $250.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, we also would not object to providing within a week an updated report from the association's engineer as to the status of the balconies, the asphalt, and the foundation as requested by Mr. Santos. Is that correct? Yeah.
And also in that, they can also any recommendation, any shoring that needs to be done, whatever precautionary measures, basically to guide, as a guide to, what really needs to be done on this.
And I will convey that if you want, if to put in your order that we have to provide that to you within the next week, Your Honor. That would help me put pressure on the engineer to get it done as well.
Okay. All right. Based on what is the city seeking?
Me personally, I'm still gonna stand over because every time a car is going to be keep on extending. This going on since 2019. They don't have any money. They have to put things for bid. They're just going to keep on dragging out.
To be fair, Your Honor, the balcony issue has been with us since at the end of July, not since 2019.
But the 40-year report due since 2019, and they didn't apply for permit to make those repairs that was initially in that report to try to solve that. Then here we go, 2022, and it just adding up.
Well, I don't want to get into an argument with Mr. Beswick. I believe after the initial hearing and the adjudication in 2020, I believe it was, we did file a 40-year report and we did begin work. The permits were pulled and work was performed. In fact, at the special master hearing last year, I want to say in October, Mr. Beswick was president. He did advise that work had begun on those other things that had been performed. We did the elevator. We did there several other projects that now can't come to mind that had been completed. The problem is the more serious condition of the balconies at that point had taken precedence. And I don't deny that the work needs to be done. And I'm not saying that because the association is for that it shouldn't have this work performed. It's just that we need to do so in a way that the money that these members of this small association pay gets its best effect and has a basis in actual work. I don't want them, and I don't think the board of directors wants them spending money unnecessarily, considering they won't be able to fund this more than once, I suspect.
I can do one or two things. Because if I ratify the daily fine amount, I have to do it retro to 1920.
Madam Magistrate?
Yes.
Before you do your ruling, also to add, I also observe the main sanitary piping, there's some corrosion in there. Also, Mr. Martin, if you can have your engineer address if there's any additional strapping or any to secure those pipes even better, even if there's a segment that looks like it's gonna give way.
I will include
that as well.
I will include it. Yes.
Okay.
Or I can reset it for next month to see where we are. Or I can have the fine starting to accumulate as of today's date.
If we start to find as of today's date, will we be able to come back for mitigation at a later date once the issue is completed?
You have to deal with the city.
Yes, you can negotiate with the city manager.
We will, if for the purpose of trying to save the association money, and not having me appear at these, just to basically try to fend off a fine that we may be able to mitigate later on, I think we would accept that, and would ask for a progress report in 60 days.
Okay, but I believe we can do that, but I believe Mr. Jean is indicating that within a week he needs that report.
We will provide. Yeah, we will provide.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you add that language that it will provide to the, I'm sorry, what is your position again, Mr. Jean?
Building official.
You're muted.
Okay, within a week. I didn't write the entire list of what he requested from the engineer, but I know it has to do with the balcony.
If you'd like, I can mention it, and he can tell me if I'm missing anything. He would like a status on the condition of the balconies. He would like a status on the condition of the asphalt, as well as the erosion near the asphalt, near the canal. He would also like the engineer to review the exposed beam on the east side of the property that has a larger than hairline fracture, from what he's advising. And then finally, the sewage pipe that has some corrosion on it to determine whether it needs additional strapping. Was that everything, sir?
Yes, but also tell the engineer don't limit himself to those items, but whatever is a concern.
General safety and occupancy.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, so based on that, I will ratify the daily fine amount, but as of today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State. All right, good luck, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
The next case is item number 18. It is Gina A. Vargas, Juliet D. Manette, case number RCCOR 2019-00041. This case was found guilty on November 17, 2020. Fine was set at $250. Officer Gary Beswick, and the property address is 13560 Northwest 2nd Avenue.
Give me the item number again, please.
Item number 18.
Have Giancarlo. Okay.
Sir.
You would unmute yourselves to be sworn in, please.
Please raise your right hand.
Good afternoon, everyone.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
I do.
All right, and again, state your full name for the record and your relationship to the property.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Magistrate. My name is Giancarlo Moscoso, and this is Gina Vargas, and we are both the owners of the property.
All right, thank you. Officer?
You're muted, Gary.
Gary Beswick, the City of North Miami Building Department. I checked the records this morning and I still haven't seen any new reoccupancy certificate applied for. So where are we with the renovation?
Yes, good afternoon, Officer Beswick. We were, because of a combination of factors, unfortunately, we were delayed on securing a contractor since our last conversation, which we finally did about 3 weeks ago. The contractor is in the process of doing the inspection that was requested for the plumbing and building permits, so we can put together the letter requested by the other by the plumbing and building inspector. Once we have that finished, we will submit all the paperwork so we can have that finalized, so we can finally apply for the certificate of occupancy. As such, I would like to request one last extension so we can complete that. It's just being a hassle to find someone that's reliable, that will show up on time, especially working with contractors. I had different options, and some of them were either absurdly expensive or some others were just not taking it seriously. Didn't show up, and until we secured one, which is in the process.
Okay. You can table it, Mr. Marshall.
I didn't hear that, Mr. Beswick.
You can table it.
Table it for until when?
How much time do you need?
Being that, there have been so many delays and that we have to secure or finalize the permits for the plumbing and the building so we can apply for the other. If possible, I would like an extension of 90 days. 90 days.
Okay.
Bring it back.
That's fine.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
The next case is item number 6. Property owner 2380 Magnolia Drive LLC. Case number CESTA 2021-00020. This case was previously found guilty on November 18th, 2021. Fine was set at $500. The officer is Jose Perez.
Who do we have here? What number is it?
It's item number 6 for Jose Perez.
Do we have anyone here on behalf of the property?
I don't believe so. There's no one responded in the chat.
Okay. Do we have anyone here, any of Jose's cases here today? Mario Fernandino. What's your address?
2025, hello, 2025 Arch Creek Drive.
Okay, let's call that case into record.
No problem.
33.
Item number 33, Mario Fernandino and Laura Ortega Fioni, case number CEBPR 2021-00147, Officer Jose Perez. Can you please enable your video?
Are we? Hello.
Are you the only one that's going to give testimony on behalf of this case, sir?
No, Laura is with me.
No problem. Can you both please raise your right hand?
The right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Madam Magistrate, you're muted.
I apologize. I don't know why. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Mario Fernandino.
All right. Okay. Officer Perez?
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 2025 Arch Drive. This case in regards to work that was going on at the property. The specific property, it was being pretty much renovated from the interior, a complete renovation. At this point in time, no permits have been obtained for that. The city at this time is requesting that permits are obtained, and we are requesting an adjudication. We do have some photographs of the property depicting the work that was going on.
Can you give me a number, please?
Number 33. As you can see by the photographs, the work that was being done is pretty extensive and thus constitute a requirement of a permit. So at this point in time, this will conclude my testimony.
All right, Mr. Fernandino.
Yes, we applied for permits on October 6th, and we don't have the permits ready, and we were doing some inspection because we don't have all the plans of the house. We were doing some inspections to see what we have to do. Our contracts with all the companies we will do the change in the house. We're seeing what they have to do about plumbing, electricity, and so on. So,
okay. You said you recently submitted the permit application?
No, October 6, 2021.
Your application was submitted in October 2021?
Yes.
Okay. But this case started in November 2021. So you started working without first obtaining your permit?
We just did some inspections to see what how deep we have to go with the changes of the house, the plumbing, the electricity, the structural problems. We didn't renovate the house.
You did not renovate the house?
We didn't renovate the house.
You're saying that you bought it because the way that I just see it in the pictures?
No. We didn't bought it the same way it is now.
Okay, what the violation, do you understand the violation? It's the fact that you started the renovation without first obtaining your permit.
Yeah, I understand that, but we did not do anything new. We just opened.
Okay, you're saying that you have stopped working since you received the violation?
Yeah, we did not do anything new. We just opened the things to see all that is wrong and what do we have to do new.
Okay, I'm not really sure.
He's saying that there were no repairs made. They just opened up the walls to view where the problems lied inside the property.
And I see sheetrock and walls.
That is correct. Yeah.
But he's saying I guess he's saying the remodels and repairs haven't been made yet. In essence, what he's saying.
All right. So basically, going forward, sir, you need to make sure that you pull permits before you do any work on the property. Based on the evidence submitted, I do find that the violation did exist. Actually, do exist. I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. Daily fine amount will be $750 with an abatement date. Are we bringing this back before me?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Abatement date of July 8th, 2022. Good luck to you, sir.
Excuse me. Can you all do anything to get our permit? We are waiting for a long, almost 6 months. And
the only thing I can say, sir, okay, Mr. Jane, you wanted to add something?
If you can, let me. I'm going to put my email on there. Just text me the permit number so we can take a look at that.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we do have the number here.
Yeah, just put it in the chat if you don't mind, so we can move to the next case.
Okay. Yeah, I sent it, so that's my email there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to proceed with item number 7. I believe Fernandez was the Aurelio Fernandez. Alberto Fernandez is the person that's on the Zoom for that property. The property owner name is Aurelio Fernandez Trust and Fernandez Family Trust.
Oh, I had it crossed out. I forgot that we couldn't hear him.
Mr. Fernandez, if you can enable your audio and video, please.
Case number is CEBPR 2021-00159. Property address 12500 North Bayshore Drive.
I can hear you now, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can? Okay, great. All right. Hello?
Please raise your right hand.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
I do.
Are you the only one speaking on behalf of this property?
Let me clear this filter because my father here is actually the owner of the property. I was trying to get him in because I don't have power of attorney. If that's a concern, but I'm the one who scheduled the meeting. So this is Aurelio Fernandez. Hello, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand so that you can be sworn in.
Right hand.
Both of you.
Lost you.
We lost you, Mr. Fernandez.
Yes. Can you repeat that? 1 second.
We just want to swear you in, and you keep switching positions with.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Awesome. Okay, we're going to give Mr. Perez an opportunity to present his case first, and then I'll give you a chance to respond, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 12500 North Bayshore Drive. This in regards to work that occurred without a permit. In this specific case, we're speaking about pilings that were installed in the canal without first obtaining a permit. At this point in time of my final reinspection, no permits have been obtained with the city of North Miami. However, I have had communication with Mr. Fernandez, who advised that they are going through the process with DERM. However, they have not obtained a permit from the city of North Miami. So at this point in time, we're seeking adjudication until they do end up getting that permit.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Fernandez. Which Fernandez is going to be speaking? Dad or son?
My son's going to speak. Yeah, we hired Green Coast Hearing to get us through the permitting process. DERM already dove the property. To be fair, I think that Officer Perez did give me time to respond, and then once I contracted this company, I have not kept them in the loop, and I apologize for that. But we do have them under contract. I have documentation. Unfortunately, I know that you're allowed to submit documentation, but I didn't meet the cutoff for this hearing for that. But I can tell you that I do have I have documentation with me that I could show you. I don't know if that's really relevant when I'm on video, or I could submit. But that we have DERM passed us for our initial permit. The problem was that we wanted to permit the southern seawall as well, and so we basically they had to reset the process, and I think that's what got us pretty much steaming ahead with them, and they're coming up with a new drawing, and maybe I don't understand the process 100%. Maybe DERM permitting, code compliance with the city. If there's something I should have been in the loop with on that, regardless of the fact that we're trying to permit DERM, I'm not aware of it, and I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fernandez. All right, so they're already in the process with DERM, and so how long? When do you want this reset? I can do an adjudication and do a daily fine, but what is my abatement date? Mr. Perez.
Am I supposed to respond? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not you.
Okay.
I'll leave that to your discretion, Your Honor. But we do seek an adjudication, and we are okay with granting them the time, seeing that they have not obtained the permit with the city, but only with DERM.
We could go ahead and bring it before you in your next hearing match.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, we appreciate that you guys are making progress on the case, so I will give you some time. I will give you an abatement date of July 8th, and I will enter an adjudication based on the evidence presented. I do find that the violation does exist. I enter an adjudication. I will have a daily fine amount of $1,000. But I will have I'll give you guys until July 8th with the abatement date, and try to work with the city, continue to work with DERM, and we'll see where we are when we come back for our hearing on July. Tell me again when my hearing date is.
21st.
On July 21st, okay? Best of luck to you guys.
Should I go to Jose for?
You're muted.
You're muted. Unmute yourself.
What I'm saying is, should I go to Jose for further clarification of what that daily fine means? I'll ask him. Or
you can reach out to me. Yes.
Okay.
I'll reach out to you. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Item number 39, NMB Partners LLC, case number MHVIO 20200076. This case was previously found guilty on July 15, 2021. Fine was set at $500, and the officer is Gary Beswick. Property address 1922 Northeast 149th Street. And we have Enrique Pinal here for this case.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Please, can somebody swear him in, please?
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Sir, state your full name and your relationship to the property.
My name is Enrique Fenol. I'm one of the property managers.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. And the property, as I just checked a while ago, there's no permits that have been applied for. So at this point, we're seeking for the final judgment run.
All right, sir, where are we?
We finally hired an engineer. We met with him yesterday, and I should have plans to be turned in within a week or two.
Okay. All right, so you continue to do the work at this juncture.
No, the work is already completed.
I'm sorry. What I meant to is to submit the permit. I believe he says he's working with a contractor, right, sir?
An engineer to draw the plans. When we met in December, that was the problem, that our engineer disappeared on us. We found a new one, and everything's all set. We should have the plans ready to be turned in next week at the latest. I'm hoping by the end of this week.
Okay. All right. So if it's done, then that's great. At this juncture, I do find that the violation still exists, and the daily fine amount is hereby ratified. Good luck.
Are you retroing back to July 15th, 2021?
Correct.
Copy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Go ahead. Next case.
The next item I'll be calling is item number 34 and item number 35, Midtown of South Florida, Inc., case number MHVIO 2020-00085. This case was previously found guilty on July 15th, 2021. Fine was set at $250. The officer is Gary Beswick. Property address 13151 Northeast 3rd Avenue. And item number 35, case number RCCOR 2020-007. It was also found guilty on July 15, 2021. Fine set at $250.
Who's hearing this?
And we have Midtown of South Florida here.
Ooh, my battery's running low.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
I'm the owner, Lisbeth Bustos.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, who's my officer?
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property, this violation was open over, let's see.
It's been since 2020.
March 9, 2020? Is that
okay. And they applied for the permit, and the last activity on the permit was August 24th, 2021. Now in March 2022, so I'm seeking to let the fine run on both of them.
All right. Ms. Bustos, what's going on?
Okay, I got the engineer, I got the contractor, I got the electrician, everybody's put me on hold. She told me, the contractor told me that she submitted it. Also, I got the other letter saying the reoccupancy. I already did that in December of last year.
You can't pass the reoccupancy until you complete the permits for the renovation.
Oh, okay.
And I told you.
So supposedly she already submitted to you. Not in my hands. I paid who I paid to do whatever, and they give me the backup. They don't have it. They can't do it. They sent an electrician. The electrician did the report for the engineer. It was the engineer really holding up everything. So now she told me that they submitted it yesterday to you guys. I don't know if you received anything.
I don't see anything.
It's from A1 contractors or something like that. This is my contract from them.
All right, I'll give you an opportunity to, work with Mr. Beswick. In the meantime, I find that the violation still exists. I will hereby ratify the fines as it relates to each matter, and you can forward whatever information that you have to Mr. Beswick, and once you're in compliance, then he will do what needs to be done with your file.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And that's retroactive, Madam Clerk.
Copy. We have item number 4 and item number 5, It is
I'm
for
done,
one.
right?
Yes, you are. You have item number 4 and item number 5. It's for property 13100 Sunrise Plaza LLC. And we have Emmanuel here for it. Case number CEFLR 20210087. Property address 13120 Northwest 7th Avenue. Officer Shanna Sanders. And as well as item number 5. Case number CEZCU 2021000135.
Emmanuel, can you enable your audio and video, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Yes.
Do you need a translator?
You are somebody speak Creole?
Yes. Creole translator?
Okay. Nka pale?
Not yet. Swearman, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, please say I do.
Est-ce que vous jurez solennellement et affirmez que tout témoignage au palbaye pendant la procédure ça yo, c'est la vérité, rien d'autre que vérité? Dis oui, s'il vous plaît.
Oui.
And please state your full name and your relationship to the property.
Et s'il vous plaît, dites tout nom et puis qui ça y est pour propriété ça.
Monsieur Emmanuel Valéris, c'est moi qui manager business là.
Répétez non, s'il vous plaît encore.
Moi, Emmanuel Valéris, c'est moi responsable business là. C'est pour moi.
The interpreter is clarifying for accuracy. So my name is Emmanuel Valeus. I am the business manager. It's mine.
Okay. All right. Ms. Sanders?
Janice Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for a business tax receipt and certificate of use.
You want to translate, sir?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? You said this is a new case?
Yes, this is a new case for property address 13120 Northwest 7th Avenue for failure to obtain a certificate of use in business tax receipt.
Donc, c'est Shanna Sanders qui a parlé, qui c'est un officier de code dans la ville North Miami. C'est concernant propriété qui dans 13, alors 130, 120 Nord-Ouest 7e Avenue. Et pour un manque de, alors parce que vous pas sorti certificat pour utilisation et business là, et puis pour papier taxe.
Oui,
You can ask him to put his hands down too.
Okay. Problème qui vient gagner parce que business n'a pas de sous-nom, m'te fait acheter business n'a pas de sous-nom. M'te commencé gagner papier yo, on a fait de qu'on a venir, on a chaque pour moi aller fait papier yo, bon il vient gagner petit problème, ça vient faire en retard dans papier yo. Après le Miami-Dade County dit il va jamais dire rien, mais ça me fait, mais ça me fait. On a chaque mois dans notre Miami voit Miami-Dade County. Chaque mois dans notre Miami voit Miami-Dade County. Après ça vient des corona, vient des problèmes qu'on a en compte. Sur l'autre fois, Miami-Dade County dit besoin on est gêné, besoin de shop qui fait tout problème ça arriver qu'on est.
Il y a besoin d'ingénieur.
Il y a un ingénieur pour me faire shop.
Merci. All right. So the problem is the business wasn't under my name. I bought it. I started getting the papers, and then all the coronavirus situation started. And every time I had to go to get that taken care of, something came up. There was always a problem. And when I went to Miami-Dade County, they didn't tell me anything as of what to do. when I go to the the city of North Miami, they send me to the Miami-Dade County, and it's been like that every time. And the last time I went to Miami-Dade County, they told me that I needed to find an engineer for what sounds like a grease shop.
Yes. M'ka parler qu'on a même pour un ingénieur et un monde qui fait pour moi qu'on a besoin plus bon montant pour me faire tout bagaille pour ça qu'a fini.
And now I found an engineer and someone to work on that for me. I just need some time for that to be taken care of.
Special Magistrate, this case has been going on since September. Actually, it's been going on a little bit before September. As the property owner has stated, this was brought to my attention when COVID first started.
Bon, ça c'est...
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Et normalement, ça c'est un bagay qui là depuis septembre, depuis avant septembre même. Et gens que ou même mettre propriété à Audi là, ça sont bagay qui là depuis le COVID fait commencer.
It's been short of 2 years that the property owner has been trying to obtain this certificate of use and business tax receipt. We've already given him an inside extension, internal extension for 60 days. We then gave him another 30-day extension last month. As of my last inspection on March 4th, still we're at a standstill with the moving of the certificates.
Is the business operational?
Yes, it is. And that's, my concern. It's still open and operational. Every time I go, it's full of people. It's a restaurant.
Et ça fait presque 2 ans depuis que on a essayé et travaille pour joindre un certificat d'utilisation avec reçu tax business non et gagné extension que nous avons déjà à plusieurs reprises. Nous avons une extension 60 jours et en plus mois dernier et nous avons l'autre 30 jours encore. Et dans la période dernière supervision que nous avons fait dans la zone 4 mars et jusqu'à présent, donc ça propose jamais qu'à avancer avec des affaires certificats.
Donc on a assez Miami d'être qui bon papier, l'aime fini tout bail gris shop là ingénieur pour maintenant notre Miami pour gagner tout bail ça yo. Sans Miami d'être pas de moyen, pas de faire rien. On a eu dit qu'a fait tout bail ça yo qu'on a un bon ingénieur ak moun ka fait gris shop là pour moi pour me finir pour moi notre Miami monsieur pour officier pour moi bonne chance pour me faire toute bagarre après pour moi côté yo on fait.
Well, Miami-Dade now gave me the paper, and with that I can find the engineer and the person to work the grease shop for me. And after that, I will be going to the city of North Miami. So I'm begging you, the officer, to give me some more time to get everything taken care of.
He'll get his time. He'll get his time. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I do find in favor of the city. I enter an adjudication. Sir, I'm giving you until July 8th to get what needs to be done. And in fact, prior to that, since you are still operating without the certificates, so I find that you are in violation. I understand you're saying that you were being basically going back and forth between the city and the county. Now you know what you need to do. You say something about a grease trap and you have an engineer. So we expect that you shouldn't even have to come before me in July because everything would have been resolved. If not, there will be a daily fine amount of $250 and that's for each case. And I will see you back on July 21st. So you know the time frame that you have working with, get it done. OK?
Eh bien, moi, y a pas autant besoin, monsieur, et wap gen temps, wap gen jusqu'à, alors, moi, ouais que, violation li existait, donc, moi, pralé, et appuyer, City of North Miami, dans sa que bay, d'après, et tout ça que nous dit là, moi, ouais que, alors, violation existait, et normalement, m'a bao jusqu'à 8 juillet. Et le problème là, c'est que avec tout ça, il y a un business qui est toujours opérationnel, qui est donc toujours ouvert à fonctionner. Donc, moi, je comprends tout que vous avez une difficulté avec Miami-Dade et puis notre Miami, quand on a fait aller tourner. Mais qu'on connaît exactement qui ça vous pour faire. Et donc, ça fait Grease Trap là, que vous parlez, qui pour régler. Donc, vous avez un temps pour régler ça. Et à partir de date limite, si ça n'a pas réglé, a commencé à gagner une amende de $250 qui a accumulé et pour chaque dossier. Ça, et je prends encore le 21 juillet.
21 juillet, je vais faire tout le bagage pour ça finir. OK, merci beaucoup.
July 24.
OK,
merci beaucoup, officier.
Pas de problème. Bye-bye.
OK, thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir. All right, next case.
Item number 10 and item number 11, Officer Aaron Barber. And we have a Hans Robletsky and property Capri Gardens Condo Association. Case number CEMHS 2022-00271. Property address 12035 Northeast 2nd Avenue. And as well as item number 11, case number CEMHS 2022-00273.
Swear in, please.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My full name is Hans Robleski, and I'm the property coordinator here.
All right. Okay. Photo officer.
Good afternoon, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. The first case, 00271, is in reference to the cracked concrete, which is found, it's item number 10, found throughout the building, 12035 Northeast 2nd Avenue. I noticed some exposed rebar, some spalding. The pictures come up. That would be helpful. The building official, the building official was also called out to the property to check for safety. Some of the issues.
What number is it? I'm sorry.
Item number 10 and 11. 10 right now. Leave the photos, please. Thank you. I wanted to make sure that the building official was aware of the property in case there were some compromised areas. This photo here is from the final reinspection date on March 4th, showing one of the areas, but there are several photos from the building. That's for that's the first violation. The second violation is item number 00273, and that was for a damaged light pole and cracked concrete planters. The light pole has since been repaired. The only item pending now on that second violation are the cracked planters, concrete planters. Again, all these photos are from item number 10. A lot of these cracks were over in the elevator areas, second and third floor.
Sir? I'm sorry. Did that conclude your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to add?
Yes. Once we got these notices in the mail, we did start the prospect of acquiring a general contractor to come out and give us a rundown of what we're facing here. And because of the Champlain Towers tragedy, none of them were touched. They told me I had to hire a structural engineer. So I went through that melee, narrowed it down to about 4 companies. The board's already approved 1 company, and they will be coming out March 30th. And I went ahead and did the whole property, even though the violation is only for the 1 building. So March 30th, they'll be identifying the building that we're speaking about now. March 31st, they'll be here for building B, and April 1st, they'll be here for building C.
Okay, I'm going to give the building officials present, I'm going to give him an opportunity to choose. Okay. Because I know typically he wants a report ahead of that. Go ahead.
Yes. Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Robleski.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Good afternoon, man. Madam Magistrate, I met with Mr. Robleski. I hope I'm saying her name correctly. I'm trying to say it accurately. Yesterday, and actually we made a call, and because I wanted something kind of urgently, especially with the walkways there. I guess Mr. Robleski left a message for the engineering company. But what I wanted from them is basically to provide an evaluation report if emergency shoring is needed for those walkways and any precautionary measures. Because there's for that one particular building, there's several areas overhead that has potential spalling. So to kind of give them basically guidance on, whether to kind of knock those out so it won't fall on someone's head or other property. But the main concern is the walkways there. In the past, I instructed Mr. Robleski to, kind of put those caution tape to, at least kind of deter pedestrian traffic in that area while this thing's getting resolved. But definitely evaluation report, stating, if they need shoring for that area, any precautionary measures. And if they do need shoring, they come in for their emergency shoring permit while they're awaiting the.
And how soon did you need this report? When did you discuss Mr. Wronski?
I didn't go into a time frame, but if within a week to provide that to us, so that way we're going off the professional. They're going off the professional guidance on basically how to handle this situation. I had let me see here. Definitely a week for the cautionary measures and shoring, and but Mr. Robleski, the work, the actual, I know you're still waiting the inspection, but how long you anticipate this work for the restoration, concrete restoration?
As soon as we get the actual report from the engineers, I'll be able to give you a better estimate at that point, because we are aware there is going to be some concrete restoration work needed. I'm going to need an extension for sure.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Is that everything, Mr. Ching?
Yeah, really the week to give us a structural evaluation of that area, but don't, the engineer not to limit that area, basically whatever he finds, to list it out in immediate actions that need to be done to provide that for me, for my review.
Thank you. Officer Barber?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And what are you seeking?
An adjudication and both cases.
Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. Sir, I'm giving you some time. I'm giving you until July 8th. But you have to get working on what the building official has requested, which is the evaluation report from your people, and that needs to be in within a week.
A week from today?
A week from today. That's what you indicated, right, Mr. Dean?
We could start from tomorrow. Give them a full day, so that way, starting from tomorrow, if that helps them.
All right. So how about we say no later than what's today? 17th. Okay, the 25th, and you have it and you have that evaluation report submitted by the 25th, sir.
I'll try my best.
Okay. All right. If not, get in contact with Mr. Jean, and he'll work with you on that.
Okay.
Okay. So the abatement date is July 8th. And if it's not resolved by the abatement date, there's a daily fine amount of $1,000. We'll see you back here in July 21st, sir.
Okay. Also, while I have you guys, she was mentioning about the flower beds.
Concrete planters in the parking lot. Yes.
Yeah. Like I spoke to you on the phone, I did reach out to a couple of companies, and what's causing that is the root from these trees. And they've also informed me that it's going to be a $50,000 job plus permits and whatever. And you guys are going to force us to replant 10 to 12 foot trees. So I'm going to need an extension on that as well, because I think the concrete restoration would be, the most important right away.
Mm-hmm.
Magistrate, is your ruling running together for both cases?
That's correct.
Okay, sir, your both cases have a recheck date of, what is it, clerk?
July 8th.
July 8th? So at that time, we would just request that you use this time to make some movement, make some progress, make some strides towards whatever the repairs are, and when we come back to the hearing in July, we'll revisit where things are.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 17, Jermaine Delgado Garcia, case number MHVIO 20200026. This case was previously found guilty on March 18, 2021. Fine was set at $350, and the officer is Gary Beswick.
Mr. Garcia, if you can, okay, there he goes. Please enable audio and video. Is someone else, ASAP Corp, are you here on behalf of this property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm in.
Can you enable your audio and video, ASAP Corp?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia, can you, your audio, you're still on mute. Awesome. Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Wonderful. All right. Please state your full name and your relationship to the property.
My name is Alvaro Rodriguez, and I'm the senior supervisor here at ASAP Corp, or the general contractor that's facilitating Mr. Herman for his code violation.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garcia.
I'm German Delgado Garcia. I'm the owner of the property.
Thank you, sir. Officer Beswick.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. This violation was open back on the 21st of January 2020, and 2 years later, we still have not a permit. So we're seeking the fine to just move forward the fine, ratify the fine.
Okay. Guys, what's going on?
So just wanted to reiterate, basically we were hired in the ending of 2021. Mr. Herman contracted a personnel to go ahead and facilitate him with the violations itself. They submitted a permit as far as applications and things of that nature, but they never went ahead and proceed with doing the proper steps and regulations in order to rectify the issue. Nonetheless, we have already submitted full-scale plans, including all MEPs and structural, for all violations that in correspondence to the property. So if Mr. Gary could go ahead and check that, I'll appreciate it. If not, I can give you a permit number that could give that reference to.
Yeah, that permit was applied for on the 4th of this month. So again, it's going on since 2020. So we're seeking to ratify the fine, and after y'all get the permit, then y'all can negotiate the lien.
Well, at the end of the day, with all due respect, the personnel that was helping Mr. Herman was giving him the runaround. Obviously, he's not, familiar with the construction aspect, so he basically took his money and ran away. And at the end of the day, like I said beforehand, he wasn't aware of what's going on. Every week, every month passes by, and the guy was like, "Yeah, we submitted it. We're going back and forth," and giving him the, the laggy gag on his behalf. Nonetheless, when he did receive that letter that you sent for the hearing, he acted very quickly, where he terminated the contract. I'm not sure if he's going to go with legal action for the other company that he hired. But as I stated, we were hired basically in the ending of December of last year. Within 4 weeks or so, 4 to 6 weeks, we were able to go ahead and obtain updated surveys and full engineering plans to rectify not one violation, but all violations for the property. So,
I understand that, but again, it's been going on over 2 years. So when it's all completed, property owner can come to the city and negotiate the liens.
Well, that's up to you, magistrate. I object, but totally up to you.
And was when was the fine was okay, March 18, 2021. And you said you just recently submitted the permit?
On the 4th.
I submitted on the 4th, yes, ma'am. But we submitted it not just for one violation. He has, I believe, 2 or 3 cases on the property, which specifies different violations. We rectified all violations under the master permit. So we're not taking care of one. We're rectifying all the issues in this property with the plans that were submitted, to you guys on the 4th. So he wants to comply, and like I said, he doesn't know the field of construction, and like I said, the guy ran off with his money. Honestly, all he did was a hand-drawn, basically plan. He took his money, and for 6 to 8 months, almost close to a year, he was just kind of giving them the back and forth. He ran into, our company, and we facilitate in less than 60 days of getting everything situated, not just for one violation, but for all the violations, so he can be in compliance with the city of North Miami. So I do ask you to please be patient. The gentleman's working right now. I'm literally working as well. He does want to comply. And like I said, we did comply in the sense of giving you all the requirements that you need for all the violations to be rectified.
Understood. I can do Is that correct, Mr. Beswick? There were other violations that have been rectified?
No, they haven't rectified, but there's other violations on the property, correct. All of them still open.
Everything's still open?
Uh-huh.
I commend you for helping Mr. Garcia to trying to close out all these different violations. As for this matter here, I will ratify the daily fine amount. And if it's resolved with this permit by the next month or so, then you guys can definitely go to this city clerk and work out the fine. And
that's fine. The only thing is, since there were multiple cases, ma'am, I'm pretty sure we're going to have comments in response to comment sheets from the engineer. We're talking about windows, fences, a concrete slab. We're talking about multiple things that, was done on the property that I'm 99.9% sure from my past experience in working with you guys in the city. This is not my only job that I have with you guys, a contractor. You guys are, you take your time as far as reviewing the plans, and I know you guys are short with staff and things in that nature. So the permitting process and review is not fast as other counties or cities going right now operating. So the month and a half, I'm pretty sure we'll be back and forth for, quite a few times for comments on the plan. So I don't want to say that I am going to fulfill that month span with getting the permit approved, because it's not up to me, but more onto you guys. But we did do our due diligence in getting everything put on plans to rectify all violations that's given on the property. So, I can assure you that we're going to be going back and forth and rectifying the plans until we get an approved permit, and then we can go ahead and start calling inspections. But I'm 100% sure that we're not going to be able to comply within a month span with 6, 7, 8 violations on the property. That's unheard of.
Understood. And I think that Mr. Garcia is lucky to have you working on his behalf at this time, because the work was done without a permit. And so this is where we are. Good luck to you both. Thank you. The next case.
Item number 29, Midon Diaz Alfonso. Case number CEBPR 2021-00062. It was previously found guilty on November 18th, 2021. Fine set at $500. Property address 1295 Northwest 122nd Street. Officer Aaron Barber.
And who's here for the case?
We have George Martinez here for the case.
Okay. And please, if you're still here, if you hear your case called, please raise your hand, click the raise hand button so that we can acknowledge you quickly.
Hello?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Yeah, my name is George Martinez. I was I'm a friend of the nurse that we came in front of the board here a couple of months ago when he had COVID.
You are the friend of who?
Of the owner.
Okay.
He couldn't make it. He couldn't make it today because he worked a 24-hour shift as a nurse.
Do we have a power of attorney on file?
Yeah, I gave it to him the last time here also. Yes.
I don't see anything. Do we have something on the file, Aaron, for a power of attorney?
Yeah. I gave I gave it to them last time when your honor heard me.
Okay, we don't have it on our record here. That's something that you provided to the city directly. If the owner was here last time, then you were given permission to speak just by virtue of the owner being here.
No, the owner was not there. The owner had COVID, and I went to your office there, and you saw me in the in the little cubicle they put, and I gave him the power of attorney because I needed it to speak on his behalf.
Did you leave it here with us in the office?
Yes, I did. And I was the same person that came in front of Your Honor the last time. You can see it there on record, George Martinez.
Magistrate, it's your call.
I don't recall the case, but let's proceed. He indicated that he provided a copy of the affidavit to you guys. I don't recall. I don't recall the case. Maybe once we start hearing it, I can see it, jogs my memory. But at this juncture right now, I don't recall. Go ahead, Ms. Barber. Officer
Aaron,
Barber, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This case was previously adjudicated. It was a failure to have a permit prior to installing the driveway and driveway approach. And as of the final recheck date on March 4th, the permit had not been obtained when I checked in the system. However, it appears that it may have been approved shortly after. But as of recheck, there was no permit.
You said it's been approved?
When I checked, there is, because I did speak with this gentleman this morning, and after the fact permit appears to be in the system at this time. However, when I checked the system on March 4th, there was no permit, the final recheck date.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
I don't know if
it's been, has he applied for it, Aaron, or it's been issued?
I do have an after the fact permit number. After we spoke this morning,
but has it been issued, or has it been, can someone double check?
It's issued.
It's
yes.
Issued?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you guys gonna do?
We'll close it for compliance, Magistrate.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I just got a call, and when I get the permit, call inspection, and then they close out the case.
Mr. Martinez, we're closing it out. They're closing it out.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, sir.
Next item is item number 49, Chakina Inc., case number CEBPR 2021-0078. This case was previously found guilty on December 16, 2021. Fine set at $700. Officer Aaron Barber, property address 12555 Northwest 17th Avenue. And we have Ford Muhammad here for this case.
I don't see that name here.
It was just here. Okay, so we'll move to the next one. We'll go to item number 38, Nerva Investment LLC. Property address 12320 Northwest 13th Avenue. Case number CEPFY 2021-0083.
Nerva Investment?
Yes, Nerva Investment, item number 38.
Got it. Who's here?
Nerva Investment, are you there? Nerva, are you there? Last call. No response from that individual.
We have a Cat S61 with their hands raised.
We're on Nerva Investment right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Nerva Investment, are you there? Last call for your case at this time. Okay, let's go ahead and call the next case, please.
Next case is...
Can we go ahead and call he's sitting here, Mackinson, HIE Creole. Does he have a case here today?
No, that's the interpreter.
No. Okay. Does it, can we release the interpreters?
Do we not have anyone here? The Creole interpreter? I see a lot of Creole names left on the list.
Okay.
Can we ask them in Creole if they need any Creole.
We'll keep them. We'll go ahead and keep them here for a little while longer then.
Okay, let's call the next case because no one here is with a Nerva investment.
No problem. Item number 19 through 21, Hans Jean Baptiste, Officer Shannon Sanders. Item number 19, case number is CEBPR 2021-00186. Item number 20, CEPKS 2021-003. Item number 21, CEPPK 2021-0010. Property address 13785 Northwest 7th Avenue.
You're on mute, sir. Unmute yourself. Swearman, please.
Oh, let's see.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
All right. Mr. Jean Baptiste, you understand English? You don't need an interpreter?
I could talk, yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Sanders.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. For the first case, they were cited for a building without permit. I initially inspected this property on December 9th, 2021, reference a few issues there. Long story short, we had a conversation about a falling fence that was present at the property. I instructed the property owner that the fence needed to be repaired. I explained that a permit needed to be obtained. He proceeded to repair, if not replace the fence, but no permit had been obtained. We've had a few conversations since then. I've reiterated, submit the permit. As of my last inspection on March 4th, the fence still remains erect and no permit has been obtained nor applied for with the city.
Are you going to do it one by one? Or
I could go through the rest of them. I'm sure he doesn't mind. The other two are in reference to the parking area. The PPK is in reference to the overall resurfacing of the parking lot. We inspected it on that same day in December, had a conversation. We spoke about potholes, grease stains, dirt, just the overall condition. It needs to be, grass needs to be pulled up in certain areas. Potholes need to be filled. The reference to the restriping of it, it needs to be restriped. Just needs a little TLC. I explained to him permits needed to be obtained for that. At this time, just as with the other one, as of my last inspection on the 4th, the parking area still remains in the same condition, needing repaving, cleaning, potholes filled, restriping, a little bit of everything.
Okay. Mr. Jean Baptiste, do you understand the violation?
Yes, Your Honor. I tried a couple of times. I went to the building department to obtain the permit. Unfortunately, when I submitted the application, they request for me to have a survey. And I called the company to, come do the survey for me. They still haven't come yet. As far as the fence being repaired, I didn't know I was supposed to have the permit for it. But I want to obtain the permit to get that thing inspected. As far as the parking lot, I have a company that I already paid for them to resurface the parking for me. But due to the survey that I don't have yet, they can't come to do the work. But as soon as I get the survey, I will stop by again at the building department to obtain the permit. So I'm just asking a little bit of time to get the company to come do the survey for me.
Are you driving during the hearing?
As a matter of fact, I was waiting for that 8:30 when I registered, and I lost it. I just come back from the city now to somebody help me do it. And I'm going back to the business now. I was at the business since 9 o'clock waiting. When I don't hear anything, I call the city, and I get help with one of the people at the city to set the phone for me. So I'm just driving back.
Okay.
Hello?
We're here. Can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay, the third one has to do, the potholes also has to do with the parking area, correct? The parking lot?
Yes, it's two separate violations for the parking lot. One is for the actual resurfacing and repairing of it, and the other one is for the restriping of it. The ordinance kind of, separates them, but it's one is for the repairs of it and one is for the restriping.
Your Honor, sorry to interrupt, but if Mr. Jean-Baptiste is driving, we're going to ask that he pull over.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that now. Just switch. Yes. I'm sorry about that, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, so you indicated now you do have someone to do the survey. That's what was holding up the process for the parking lot, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, and in terms of the fence, you said that it was replaced, and you submitted, or you're in the process of submitting a application for a permit after the fact.
I went to the building department to obtain the permit. They told me the same thing. To do that, I must have a survey.
Okay, so everything is based on you getting a survey done, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, so I will give you the time to be able to do that. At this point, I will enter an adjudication, which means that I do find that you are in violation. I find in favor of the city. I will give you until July 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, I am issuing a daily fine amount of $250, and that's for the CEB PR 2021-00186 and CEPKS 2021-0003. Nothing on CEPPK 2021-0010. Find it to be redundant. And sir? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So you need to make sure that, you work with your person to get the survey done, because everything else depends on your survey, right?
Yes, that's what, because I paid the company to do that, the surface of it. They're going to get paid. They wouldn't want me on the survey.
Okay, because what I'm getting to is I don't want you to come back in July and for us to be in the same place that we are here today. Okay?
That won't be happening. That won't be happening. No.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you for that.
We're going back to item number 49, Shakina Inc. Cat S61 is the person for the case today. Case number CEBPR 2021-0078. This case was previously found guilty on December 16, 2021. Fine set at $700. Officer Aaron Barber.
Just a moment.
It's okay. Who's the Is the cat, is he or she turning on the audio and video, please? We need to get moving.
Shakina Inc.
Please turn in your audio and video, otherwise we're going to ask your case again.
It's Cat S61, right?
Yes.
Sir, we can see you now, but we cannot hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
I did. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Officer Barber. I'm sorry, sir. Please state your full name for the record.
Ford Mohammed.
And your relationship to the property?
We are the contractor who's taking over the job there, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. As noted, this case has been previously adjudicated. Building without a permit. There were several things going on at the property at the time it was cited. As of the final recheck date, window permit had been obtained. Roof repair permit has been obtained, but there is still no permit for the interior demo of the property. So they're not in full compliance as of the final recheck date.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
anything you want to add to what Officer Barber is saying?
Yes, we are in the process. We are in the process of putting in all the permit, the application. I received one yesterday, which was the air condition. Another one is being put in tomorrow for the electrical and the demolition. So we should be able to get everything approved. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
All right. What are you seeking, Officer Barber?
As of the final recheck, they were not in full compliance. The fines can go ahead and.
Has anything happened from the last time we were here?
Yes, we made some new agreements with Durham, and we have to redo the drawings to some of the requirements they're requesting. But in the meantime, I went ahead and have my subs pull all their permit for the jobs that has already been done. So that's where we stand right now.
Officer Barber, based on that?
I will, they have made a lot of progress. Again, this gentleman, I believe, has taken over, the past, couple of months, he's taken over the property. So, I will, refer to you, magistrate.
All right. Let's give them some time. Let's reset it for the July and see where they are, sir. And at which point I will decide if I'm going to ratify your fine, and that's going to be retro to 2021. So which means that it's in your interest and the interest of your client to get the matter resolved prior to the next hearing date.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to get everything processed as quick as possible.
All right, sir.
That's what we're doing.
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Next.
The next item is item number 38, Minerva Investments. Case number CEPFY 2021-0083. Property address 12320 Northwest 13th Avenue. Officer Aaron Barber.
Minerva, are you there this time? Oh. Looks like they're here.
I'm sorry, which item was this again?
38.
Minerva, can you enable your audio and video, please?
Did we recall number 6? I still have it pending. Can't recall.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Carney Isidore, owner's son of the property.
Okay.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This is a new case. This case was opened in September of 2021. Reference 3 vehicles that were parked on the, actually 2 vehicles that were parked on the lawn, the front lawn. 1 vehicle was moved, but as of the final recheck date, March 4th, the second vehicle still remained on the property.
No, right now all the vehicles are moved. And I think the inspector came by and he also confirmed too.
Yes, I was able to confirm that after the final recheck, the last vehicle, the truck that was on the lawn, had been removed. However, we are seeking an adjudication in case this issue should come up again. This is the showing the photo from the final recheck date.
32 vehicle?
One vehicle, one of the vehicles in the photo is on driveway strips. The truck that's in the photos was parked on the grass. That was from September 28th last year, and that vehicle have been removed prior to the final recheck date.
Scroll down some more. So there is a parking space. It's just that there had additional vehicles on there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And again, we're seeking an adjudication. In case the issue were to arise again.
I'm not going to enter an adjudication at this time, but I do want to. I'm going to charge you for costs for having the officer come back about this matter being resolved. You hear me, Mr. I didn't write down your name. What is your name again, young man? Or did he leave?
His name is Isidore, the son of the property owner.
Mr. Isidore, where did you go? Did we lose him?
I don't see him signed in.
I'm not going to enter an adjudication.
Okay.
But I am going to charge him for cost.
Thank you.
All right. Calling the next case, guys.
The next case, I'm going to go ahead and go back to item number 6 because the people that are in the chat are not responding back. Item number 6.
We didn't understand English.
Andy Predalis, can you tell me what property you're here on behalf of? 'Cause at this point, we're going to start moving on. Andy Predalis, Matt Conacher.
Here in the church.
Matt Conacher, what case are you here on behalf of? I've given you all permission to speak.
I'm here for Three Horizons. Matt Cohenauer is here for Three Horizons.
Do we have it on the agenda?
Yes, we do. That is item number 51. Officer Jonathan Lemestre, Three Horizon North Condo, case number CEMIS 2021-0021. This case was previously found guilty on December 16, 2021. Fine set at $750.
What item number again?
51.
Okay.
Sir? Matt, can you please enable your audio?
Yes.
Raise your right hand.
Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I'm driving. I've been in this since 9:30. Hold on one second. I'm pulling over. Right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, please say I do.
Yes, I do.
State your full name and relationship to the property.
Matthew Cohenauer, property manager for Three Horizons North.
Thank you, sir. Officer Lemestre.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Co-compliance officer Jonathan Lemestre, and this is a returning case. On August 20th, 2021, I opened a violation to the property in regards to exposed rebar. In December, they did repair the exposed rebar in the garage, but they did not repair the exposed rebars on the balconies. On December 16th, yes, they were found guilty and they had to abate by March 4th. As of the final reinspection date on March 4th, the exposed rebars are still on the balconies. No work has been done. No permit has been filed with the city in regards to repairing the rebars.
We have photograph. I can't find our. All right. I want to say I remember this case, but all the buildings are starting to look alike to me right now.
Can I speak?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I've been in communication, and so has the president with the code officer. I mean, we have a brand new board as of January this year. Aside from that, we have been extremely active. As the officer said, we did do some repairs, minor repairs to the garage that were cited previously. We had hired a contracting company, found out that they were not pulling permits, doing what they were supposed to be doing, so they were subsequently fired. Since the original violation, we have, similarly to the other people, I've been on this call since 9:30, and everybody has the same issues. Engineers have problems with contractors have problems with permits, so on and so forth. So we were able to get the engineer reports. We have those. We've been in contact with probably 20, 25 different contracting companies, and we've only received 2 quotes. I myself, the president, the vice president, the previous president, everybody's been involved in this. They've actually liquidated the only asset that they had in order to repair these balconies. So we have the funds available. The issue is right now we're in the process of waiting for a contractor. We have 2 quotes, like I said. One was $354,000. The other one was $163,000. So, I mean, we're on both ends of the spectrum, and we're still waiting for an additional. But like everyone else, we're active. Unfortunately, we're at the mercy of these contractors. And actually, just listening to these other people today, I'm going to call this guy AASAP, who was just on, because that guy seemed like he was on point, but he was the only contractor that I've seen here today. So we're active. We're doing what we can. They've sold an asset. They've got the engineers' reports. We've contacted contractors. So the only issue is just getting that contractor and pulling the permits and having the work done. This is not a life safety issue. Just so we're all clear.
All right. What are you seeking, Mr. Mestre?
They have been in contact with me, and they have been telling me that, they're trying to get an engineer, but I would leave it to Director Patterson. I don't.
What, I'm sorry, what case number is this?
Case number 51.
51, right?
Mm-hmm.
We do have the engineer reports, by the way.
Is building official involved in this? Mr. Jean, are you there? Okay.
No, I wasn't aware of that one. And I was just wondering with the gentleman, if he can provide that report into our office. You have the sign and seal report in?
I have the digital reports.
Okay, with the electronic signature?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so just send it to this email on this chat.
I have your email address, Mr.
Okay,
Beswick, right?
perfect.
Yeah, I have your email.
And also, did the engineer spell out any precautionary measures that you guys need to do in the meantime, or?
I mean, not for us. This report is, I'm not an engineer. This report is lengthy, and it gives, so many details about how to make the repairs, the strength of the concrete, everything. And I'm not an engineer, but there was no life safety issues. And it's just a matter of, like, they gave us the bid sheet. They gave us, the report that they're supposed to give us. But there's 117 units, and it's only 20 balconies. And they're all in different ranges of repair, as you can see. So it's, we're there. Like I said, they sold, the association just sold an asset. It just closed the beginning of this month in order to be able to pay for these repairs. But as of to date, we've literally contacted more than 20 contractors and have received 2 quotes.
Okay.
So Magistrate, the city would, the cases were open back in September. We came to court in December. There was a guilty verdict at that time. The city would request that we ratify the fines. I don't know where, if there is a challenge with getting a contractor at this time. Again, this is not a new case. Even perhaps had there been some more movement than where we are today. But the city would ask that we ratify the fines in light of, just the concerns, just as it pertains to safety. We've not seen the report. I don't know if there's any safety concerns. That's the testimony of the property owner or who's here on behalf of the property. But in the interest of the city, I think the city's interest is that we go ahead and ratify the fine.
With all due respect, ma'am, I mean, I've been here since 9:30, and I've heard cases that have been pending 2019 that have been adjudicated today.
Unfortunately, and as you also heard, in light of the Champlain Towers, we are moving forward with addressing these issues a lot more aggressively, as we are. Our concern is the safety of the folks that are occupying those spaces. Frankly, I mean, it didn't require the city to have to come and identify that there were exposed rebar on the building. I mean, we're here today because the city came to identify to the building owners, the condo association, something that they could see themselves.
Well, actually, ma'am, we submitted our 40-year, and then immediately after we received these violations.
I mean,
Okay. When was it that you requested the documents sent to you, Officer Jean? Mr. Jean?
I mean, if he has it as soon as possible to have it, I guess.
I believe he indicated that he had the electronic version, and you wanted to make sure that he has the signature as well. So, sir, if you do have that, please submit that to the billing official ASAP. In terms of moving this matter along. Okay. How about this? Let me give the billing official an opportunity to review, because if I just set the fine and et cetera, then this matter may not come back. How about we reset it for next month? And by then, the building official would have had the opportunity to review the report, and whatever issues need to be addressed immediately, we can do that. I'm not going to be the magistrate at that hearing, but sir, I'm having you come back next month, and I'm having you. I'm ordering you to submit the report to the billing official within a week, no later than next Friday, the 25th. So that he can have an opportunity to review it and address whatever outstanding pressing issues that may be indicated in the report. Okay?
Yeah, no problem. I just need the date.
The date
for what? You'll receive the notice.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll receive notice.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Calling the next case. Do we still have people waiting? Because I need to take a 5-minute recess. Is Mr. Prentice and anyone here on behalf of Église Évangélique des Pèlerins? Because otherwise we're going to take a 5-minute recess and you guys are going to be stuck here. Somebody have their hands raised.
They both were made aware this morning that their cases were off the agenda. I believe they decided to remain.
Whoever the code officers are, please be in touch with these individuals regarding their cases. For some reason, they're here and they weren't supposed to be here.
Guys, your cases, what are they, postponed, resolved? What's the problem?
They were taken off the agenda.
Okay, your cases are off the agenda. Mr. Predelus and whomever is here on behalf of the church, they have their hands raised. Just let them in. Let me see what's going on since they've been waiting.
Hello.
Hello, please turn on your camera.
I do that exactly.
Do you send them? Do you send something to Crystal?
Yeah, I gotta go through the process. Hold on.
There we go. That about it. Just
no, we can't see you.
This is
whose case is this? Aaron, is this your case?
This is Aaron's case.
This was removed from the agenda. This was removed.
There you go.
So you've been given some extra time, sir. You didn't need to be here today.
Okay.
Code officer, our Aaron Barber will follow up with you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Predelus, can somebody allow Mr. Predelus in? Mr. Predelus, can you unmute yourself? Is he here?
He's not responsive. I don't know if he, Andy Predalis, are you here? Okay. Well, we'll try to get in contact with him, but that's it for our in-person. When we come back from the break, we just have a few items, I guess, left on the agenda.
Awesome. Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Predalis.
Okay. Can you hear me?
How can I help you? What property are you here on behalf of, sir?
780 Northeast 127th Street.
Okay, sir.
Florida.
The clerk has advised that your case, we were informed, I think via the chat earlier, that your case was removed from the agenda today. There was no need for you to be here.
All right.
Okay, so you might want to follow up with your code officer regarding regarding your violation.
Okay.
Okay.
So what's the next move? I don't know.
Follow up with your code officer, please. Is that your case, Eric? Follow up with your code officer, and they'll be able to advise you.
Okay. I'm going through a lot of crap. Oh. Ooh.
This person is coming. Is actually. I went through the police officer.
Sir?
Yes. Is I'm telling you, it's a danger.
Okay. Let me give you the number to the office. Just give the office a call, sir, so someone can assist you. It's 305.
No, I did already.
Okay, this isn't the platform for the conversation. Let me give you the number and you can call us and we can help you figure out whatever the issues are. 305 895 9832. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
What I'm trying to look, I'm being very serious. It's been a stalker in this area.
Did you dismiss the interpreters?
I'm back.
Okay, clerk, are you here? We can try to wrap this up for today. Interpreters, yes, you are dismissed. We apologize, we didn't mention that sooner. Please notate the time, clerk, that the interpreters are dismissed.
Yes, thank you, guys. Okay, are we ready to proceed? How many cases do we have left?
I did not count it.
Okay, just go ahead.
Item number 6. It is 2380 Magnolia Drive LLC. Case number CESTA 2021-0020. This case was previously found guilty on November 18, 2021. Fine set at $500. Officer Jose.
Recording in progress.
We weren't being recorded? Huh? Okay, can you repeat that again for the record?
Sure. Item number 6, 2380 Magnolia Drive LLC, CESTA 2021-0020. Previously found guilty November 18, 2021. Fine set at $500. Officer Jose Perez.
And there's no one here in that case, correct?
No, there's no one here.
Go ahead, Officer Perez.
Officer Perez with the City of North Miami to review the case in regards to the property at 2380 Magnolia Drive. This case in regards to a short-term rental advertisement that's ongoing. As of my final reinspection on March 4th, 2022, unfortunately, the advertisement remains up. At this point in time, the city is asking that the adjudication or the fine be ratified and the case continue.
Okay. So it's still, why do I feel like I remember this? Did this come before me? Did we issue a fine?
Yes, fine was set at $500.
Okay. Don't we usually? Okay. And tell me about the notice for today's hearing.
So the property was sent via certified mail and it was also posted. The affidavit of posting is attached.
I didn't give the dates, Jose. I'll find it.
So it was posted on February 25th, 2022, and it was mailed approximately around that time. I don't have the exact date that the mailing went out.
Need the date, Jose. We need a date for the magistrate.
I'm not the one that did the mailing. That's with the clerk.
Can you take a look at the permit action, please, to give her a date?
It was February 28, 2022.
Based on the information presented, based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violations still exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount of $500 is hereby ratified.
The next case is item number 8, Beach Dream Properties LLC, case number CEBPR 2021-00158. Officer Jose Perez.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 2361 Bayview Lane. This violation is regarding work that was being done at the property. The property was being renovated. As of my final reinspection, no permits have been obtained, and the property was posted as well as sent via certified mail. The original notice was mailed out on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021, via certified mail. It was also posted for the hearing on Friday, February 25th, 2022, and the notice was also mailed on February 20th, 2022.
Let me see the photos.
Yeah.
Are they lopsided? Okay.
Those were submitted via a complaint. I also have pictures that I took myself of the ongoing renovations from the rear of the property.
You said ongoing? Still going on?
Yes, correct.
So while this matter is pending, they're still continuing with the renovation?
That is correct.
Construction work?
Some more recent pictures attached where you could see on March 7th, when I went back out on the boat, you can see the contractors there at the property itself.
The pictures that I saw, I just noticed, was from 2021.
Yeah, this one's going to come up now. You can see March 7th, and you can see the contractor and some of the work that's going on.
Okay. Let me go back. So this was cited. Hold on.
On November 9th, 2021.
Okay. It's taking over my entire screen now. I can't find my phone. Can't find my notes. All right. And this is the first time up, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, okay. You guys caused that. All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear, hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. All right, now I need to ask, are we resetting matters before me, or we're going to the next available date?
We can go based on your decision, magistrate.
We can go on the next available date, magistrate, given the length of time in between each, with now there being 3 magistrates.
Okay, give me, what is the next available? What's the next magistrate hearing?
April 21. And the recheck is, the abatement date is April 8.
April 8? Okay. Property owners have until April 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $1,000.
The next item is item number 15. Frank Romu and Yanivia Jimenez, case number CEBPR 2021-00200. Officer Jose Perez.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 12900 Cherry Road. This violation is regarding work that was done without permits. In this specific case, the pilings were installed in the canal in the rear of the property. As of my final reinspection date, permits have not been obtained. The property was posted and sent via certified mail. The original notice was mailed out on December 14, 2021, and was posted on December 14, 2021. The mailing for the hearing was done on February 28th, 2022, and the posting for the hearing was done on February 25th, 2022. As you can see, not only did they install the pilings, but they also went ahead and installed a boat lift, which was cited after the fact, which is a separate violation that will be coming another time.
Were you saying something? That almost seems like you got cut off.
I was advising that based on the picture, you could even tell that not only did they install the pilings, but they went ahead and installed a boat lift without permits, which was also cited at a later date, which will be heard at a different time.
All right. On the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice. Given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. Owners have until April 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount at $700. Madam Clerk?
Item number 23, Jean Jeffy Joseph, CEBPR 2021-00100. This case was previously found guilty on December 16, 2021, fine set at $500.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This is a case of building without a permit. A wood fence was installed at the property along with a small stucco structure at the rear of the property. As of the final reinspection date on March 4th, 2022, a permit has been obtained for the wooden fence, but not for the structure. This is structure shown in the photos. They are not.
That they've obtained a permit for the wooden fence, but not the structure?
Yes, ma'am. Only for the fence and not for this structure at the back of the property, this addition.
Okay. All right.
Notice was posted and mailed certified.
Right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. Also find good notice. Given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount of $500.
$500
is hereby ratified.
Thank you.
Item number 24, Officer Gary Beswick, Jeremy Desarme, and wife Isabel, MHVIO 20200058. This case was previously found guilty on March 18, 2021. Fine set at $300.
I'm sorry, what's the address?
460 Northeast 140th Street.
Okay. Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. They did apply for a permit. They signed out the plans June the 30th, 2021, and there's no movement since then, so I'm requesting the fines to move to ratify.
What did we say about notice? Let me see it again.
It was posted on February 24, 2022 at 11:17 a.m. And affidavit of posted is on file. And I took a picture of the posting as well.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. Hereby find in favor of the city. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount of $300 is hereby ratified.
Item number 25, K&H Holdings Miami LLC, Officer Jose Perez, CEBPR 2021-00124, property address 13010 Biscayne Island Terrace.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 13010 Biscayne Island Terrace. This is in regards to work that was done without permits. In this specific case, there was some pool resurfacing that was done at the property. The resident was notified and the resident reached out to me for an extension on October 1st, 2021. An extension was granted until November 1st, 2021. As of my final recheck on March 4th, they have applied for a permit. They applied for a permit back in November 1st, 2021. However, that permit has not been continued. There has been nothing done at the property. The work was finished and the permit status has remained the same as the first day when they applied for it. At this point in time, the city is requesting an adjudication. This is the first time the city's hearing this case. This property was mailed out certified to not only the registered address on file, but also to the registered agent for the LLC. The property was also posted and it was sent via certified mail for the hearing.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice and proper notice. The owners have failed to appear. I hereby find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication. And the owners have until April 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $1,000.
Item number 28, Land Trust Service Corp. Trust, CEMIS 2021-0031. Officer Jose Perez, property address 13225 Archview Terrace.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 13225 Archview Terrace. This violation is in regards to construction debris that was left out property. The construction site has since been pretty much uncared for and thus constituted a violation. The property owner was sent via certified mail not only to the registered address for the county, but also to the corporation. The property was posted and notice was given in the sense of posting and certification, certified mail. Sorry.
All right. Can you close your window so I can access my files? First time up, right? Hold on.
Yes, that's correct.
What was the item number again?
28.
Number 28.
You said you made contact with them?
No, in this particular case, I was not able to make contact with the property owner.
Are you saying that that they have yet to clean up the debris since the time you opened this account? You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm muted. Yes, that is correct. So it is an abandoned construction site. So the projects have not continued. They have expired permits and they have separate violations for that. But this case specifically for the miscellaneous construction debris that's scattered throughout the property. So per the code, it's not supposed to look that way, and they're supposed to pick up anything that could be a potential hazard if there were a hurricane or whatnot.
Understood. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until April 8th by which to resolve the violation. The violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $450.
Item number 31, Margaret Garcia, MHVIO 2020-0073, found guilty. This case was previously found guilty on July 15, 2021 Fine set at $500. Officer Gary Beswick.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick, City of North Miami Building Department. They have a permit. It's going through the process. It last looked at last week. So you can go ahead and table it. You can go ahead and table it.
All right, let's table it.
Do you want to table to your next hearing or?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, yes.
Item number 36, Monette Lubin, CBPR 2021-00194, Officer Jose Perez.
They were hearing the case in regards to the property at 1727 Northeast 141 Street. This violation is in regards to construction that was done without permits. In this specific case, a driveway was done in front of the home without permits, and the violation, in essence, was mailed out via certified mail, was also posted at the property. The notice for the hearing was posted at the property and sent via certified mail. And there are some photographs depicting the work in front of the home. As of my final recheck on March 4th, the property remains the same and no permits have been applied for or obtained.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice. Given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until April 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
Item number 37, Nadima Garcia, PEMIS 2021-0023. This case was previously found guilty on December 16, 2021. Fine set at $750.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami today, we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 2391 Bayview Lane. This case in regards to miscellaneous construction debris and rubble in front of the property. As of my final reinspection on March 4th, 2022, the rubble remains at the property. The property owner was notified for the hearing via certified mail, and the property was posted. If we would defer to the pictures, thank you. For reference, this is another active construction site that unfortunately has become to a pause, and they have left all the debris and rubble in front of the property, which could also be a potential hazard if there were a hurricane.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice. Given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor. Oh, wait. It was
previously adjudicated.
Yes. Okay, it was 750. 750 or 700?
750.
Okay. The daily fine amount of 750 is hereby ratified.
Item number 46, Raymond Mark Hamel, CEOSV 2021-0034, Officer Shannon Sanders, property address 13035 Northwest 8th Avenue.
Hannah Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer for property address 13035 Northwest 8th Avenue. It was originally cited November 15, 2021, whereas I noticed an oversized black vehicle located at the property. I had a conversation with the owner's son in person, as well as the property owner via telephone call. They were explained that the truck needed to be removed. As of my last inspection, March 4th, 2022, the truck still remains, and I've had no further contact with the property owner nor his son. I am showing proper service was given. The notice to appear was posted at the property on February 23rd, and the mailing was mailed out to the property owner, certified mail as well.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until April 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $200.
Item number 47 and item number 47, Ronald L. Lewis, Officer Shannon Sanders. This case was previously adjudicated on November 18th, 2021. Fine was set at $500. Case number CEBPR 2021-0060.
Anna Sanders, City of North Miami. City of North Miami, co-compliance officer. As of my last inspection, March 4th, 2022, the violation still remains. The fence still remains erect and no permit has been submitted to the city at this time. I am showing proper service was given. The notice was posted at the property on February 24th of 2022. And I'm showing that the notice was mailed out certified mailing as well.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer as presented, I find that the violation still exists. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount of $500 is hereby ratified.
Rose Manny Alliance Sheffard, MHVIO 2019-00323, found guilty on March 18, 2021. Fine set at $500. Officer Gary Beswick.
Good afternoon. Gary Beswick for City of North Miami Building Department. Property was first cited back on July 9, 2019. They applied for permit, and the last action on the permit was of August 2021. So at this point, we're seeking a fine to ratify. Okay, the property was posted. I posted the property and February 24th. I handed the notice to appear to a man in the front yard at 11:25 a.m.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount of $500 is hereby ratified.
Item number 50, Celine Amaro, TEBPR 2021-00153. Officer Aaron Barber, property address 1580 Northwest 127th Street.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This is a case for building without a permit. A fence was installed at this property. It's a new case. A fence was installed at the property without permits. And as of the final recheck date on March 4th, 2022, there were no permits on file. The property was posted on February 25th, and notice was also mailed certified. 1580 Northwest 127th Street.
I believe that's what this is.
That's, yes.
Oh.
So this is the right one. Yes. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. All right. That's item 50?
Yes.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Was it only the fence?
Yes, it was the fence.
Okay. Okay. I do find in favor of the city intern adjudication. Owners have until April 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount, $500.
Thank you.
Item number 52, Vivian Peraza, Adrian Beatriz Rodriguez, and Fidel Peraza, case number CEBPR 2021-00177, Officer Jose Perez.
Officer Perez of the State of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 2005 Keystone Boulevard. This violation is in regards to work that was done without permits. In this specific case, windows and glass doors were installed without permits. The violation was originally opened in, my apologies, November 30th, 2021. The property was sent via certified mail, was also posted. I also have the photos attached and the proof that there's no permits on file. They have not reached out to me, nor have they tried obtaining the permits as of my final reinspection on March 7th.
And these are for doors and windows?
Correct.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violations do exist. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city intern adjudication. Owners have until April 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount, $700.
Item number 55, Yalis Corp., CEBPR 2021-0076. This case was previously found guilty on December 16, 2021. Fine was set at $700. Officer Aaron Barber.
Good afternoon, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance, 1660 Northwest 135 Street, building without a permit. As noted, this case has been previously adjudicated, and as of the final recheck date, there was no compliance. There are no permits on file for the fence or the stucco structure at the rear of the property. Notice was posted and mailed certified.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violations still exist. Also find in favor. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount of $700 is hereby ratified.
And that concludes all the cases for today's agenda.
Wonderful. We are